into the street, and obviously Isla Tomljanovic and Alex Dimno have just become new ambassadors for the Hot Shots program, so
fantastic.
It's pretty inspiring.
So we're all set for the final, but before we get down to business and introduce the players a little more carefully for you, Tobin Beltz, who is the German captain, is going to have a chat to us. Tobin, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
And Tobin, we're in the same place. I don't know if you're in the commentary box. Look up, and there's a big... That's it, we can see you. Hello, hi.
Hello, good, I'm very good, thank you.
Late night, how's everyone doing this morning?
I think everybody's good. I think everybody's here. I mean, it was very late. I think some people went to bed like at 4 or 5 o'clock because they had to make treatment. Sasha and Angie still had to make treatment after the mix. So it was a very late night for us, but I think everybody's happy to be in the final and to have one more chance to play a good match here in Sydney.
Have there, given the nature of just how little recovery time and how much tennis has been played, is there anything that you've told them in terms of they don't need motivating, but to get the right mindset today? Is there any message that you've given your team to go out there with?
Yes, for sure. For us, I think today is just like it's the final. It's the final. So I think for Sasha and Angie, is that they know how to play finals. You know, they've been there, and I think now it's just to get the last kind of energy you have in your body to go out and try everything to win every point and against tough opponents. But I think we are ready to have a good battle.
Tobin, Casey Delacroix here. I'm interested to know your thoughts on Angie Kerber in terms of last night's performance and perhaps what today holds for her in terms of this matchup against Iga Swiatek.
Yes, I can say, I mean, I'm just very happy. Team Angie very happy about yesterday. I mean, this kind of tennis matches is so close. You can be like very happy, or you can be super upset if she loses that one with 2 match points down. But I think this yesterday was really a changer for Angie. She after 18 months, she knows now she's back. She knows she can play 3 sets. She knows she can save match points and win. You know, I think it's very good for her, and I think it was very, very important for us. I'm a little bit sorry for Australia because they had like a big fight against us, and I think the crowd would have loved to see the final with Australia. But for Angie, I think it was super important, and she played also some great tennis like she was playing before her giving birth to her child.
Tobin, thank you very much. Well,
okay.
we wish you a fantastic session, and congratulations on so far as well. It's been an amazing achievement.
Thank you. We are very happy. Thank you.
So a lovely chat with Tobin. He is very much acknowledged as one of the best coaches in the world. He's certainly one of the nicest to chat to, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think coaching is so much about relationship building and that connection, and he does that one of the best.
Yeah, he's a lovely chap. Speaking about relationships, Iga Swiatek takes her coaching relationships incredibly seriously, very loyal to all those that work around her. I mean, just look at that, she's only 22 years of age. She is just ripping up the game. And you always want the best player in the world to take it to another level. Is she doing that? And how much more has she got to go? I think there's masses for her to go, room.
Absolutely, I agree. I think there's huge gains for Iga Swiatek to still continue to take. And there's elements of her game, and also, I think mentally, Thomas, who, as you said, she's very loyal. Those around her know her best and know how to get the best out of her as well. But I think, look, as we take a look at the head-to-head, Swiatek, that was 2022, so not that long ago. But I think, I do believe that Swiatek can make some gains in terms of, well, she's obviously made adjustments to her serve. She can make adjustments to court positioning, looking at coming forward more. But feels like she's been around for a long time, but she is only 22 and multiple Grand Slams already, which is crazy. And she's also on a good run right now.
We're all set for the second United Cup final. 12 months ago, Team Poland were beaten semi-finalists. They've already gone one step further. Can they go all the way to the trophy? We shall see. The tennis has been absolutely fabulous. The weather has helped. And this United Cup starting to find its home, isn't it, in the tennis calendar?
Yeah, I think the adjustment format has been fantastic. I know ticket sales have been up around 30% here in Sydney and close to around up 50% over in Perth. So I think that's a really positive sign, and it's I really believe it's got a place in tennis. It's been wonderful to see so far.
It's an event in its infancy,
Yes.
but it's building its history, particularly with nights, as we had in the semis with Australia and Germany. But today it is the final, and it's going to be the women to get it underway.
First set. For Team Poland, Iga Swiatek to serve. Ready? Play.
The reigning French Open champion is Iga Swiatek and world #1. Casey, what do you want to see from Kerber right off the bat out here?
Look, I think last night against Ayla Tomljanovic, she certainly started off quite slow. I feel like today, against a quality opponent like Iga Swiatek, she's going to have to get up on top of the baseline a little bit more. And look, I think to create opportunities for yourself against a player like Swiatek, you have to have great footwork, you have to have early preparation, you have to try and take the ball on the rise. And I think if Angie can do that early and then start to build some points and build some pressure, that's certainly going to help her. I also think with the late night and the less recovery, you really got to get the legs pumping. You've got to get some blood and some adrenaline going through your body and really get going as quick as you can. And hit some beautiful shots like that.
40-50.
This is trademark Kerber. See how she flattens it out, open stance, and just accelerates, gets some great depth.
Game, Team Poland.
Confident opener from the world's best.
Close game.
Currently on a 15-match winning streak is Iga, which includes a win against the Brazilian, but Beatriz Haddad-Maia. She knocked off the Spanish #1, Sasha Zverev, both of those matches in straight sets. The Chinese #1, Zheng Xinwen, 2 and 3, and then just dropped a set against Caroline Garcia. Dropped the opener, but came back very quickly, 1 and 1. And that was the first set that she had dropped since playing Garcia in Beijing. She's not just winning, she's beating players comfortably and starting to try and pull away at the top of the women's rankings. So it feels like a big game here for Kerber. This will tell us a lot to see how she's recovered. Have you seen Liana, Casey?
I have, yeah. I was...
Which is Angie's baby. He'll be 1 in February.
Yeah, I met them at the airport, actually.
Okay.
Greeted them on arrival
Okay.
into Sydney, and they said they had a great flight. And We're all very excited to be in Sydney and travelling as a family, and Angie was obviously very excited to be back in Australia where she's had so much success before. So having played with Angie on tour for many years, I was also very thrilled to see her back.
And a baby. You
And
do
a
like a
little
baby.
bub.
You do like a baby, don't you?
There's been a lot of babies around this week too, between Team Germany
30, 50.
and Team France have had multiple children in the player areas.
I think they were breeding in the media dining area. And as I mentioned earlier, one ran under my feet and nearly fell over it. It was all these little things crawling around. And the toys everywhere.
Toys, yes, and books, and got to keep them busy, you know, got to keep them occupied.
Kerber currently
15.
playing without a ranking, but when she stopped at Wimbledon in the third round, she was beaten by Elisa Mertens. That was her last match before coming down to Australia. That was Wimbledon 2022. She was ranked at 31 in the world. And that allows her to come back with a special ranking. That's a really good opening service game. So let's go down to Laura. Good time to be in the German team zone after that hold.
It is, yeah. Strong start here. I'm with Sasha. On a scale of 0 to 100, how recovered would you say you are right now?
Minus 100.
What time did you get to bed in the end?
5:45 last night. I actually thought about making a very funny social media post, but I thought, no, I won't before a final. But yeah, I mean, obviously very long night, but 3 nights back to back is obviously difficult, you know, physically. I mean, it's almost harder than a Grand Slam here because, you know, we don't have off days, so we have to play back to back. And but yeah, we're in the finals, so there's no excuses now. We have to kind of take what we have and try to make the best out of it.
Yeah, the finals all that matters. So any energy that you do have left, you're going to show on court today, right?
For sure. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna do everything I can. This is an unbelievable start by Angie, by the way. I'm going to do everything I can, obviously, not only for myself, but for the team, for Germany. And yeah, hopefully it's going to be a fun one.
And Angie's chances here, she started really well. What are the tactics? Do you know what she's planning to do out there?
I have no idea, but whatever she's doing right now, she should keep doing. I mean, she's playing amazing. She started to play amazing since yesterday, I thought. I mean, I think, especially after you're out for a very long time, I think winning any match anyway always helps the confidence. And then she's a champion, she's a multiple Grand Slam champion, so she knows how to do it. But I think, yeah, from now it's going to go only upwards for her.
Good luck for the rest of the tie.
Thank you.
She hasn't just been away from the game for a year and a half. She's had her baby as well. She's one of the new breed of super mums coming back on tour. Let's see how super she's going to be out here this evening.
Really impressed, like Sasha, what I'm seeing right now from Kerber. Willing to take the ball up on the rise, redirect, absorb some pace from Swiatek. I think it's a different matchup to what she played against Garcia, of course. Garcia, very big ball, doesn't want to play long extended points, and Angie being a left-hander as well. Patterns of play are different, so maybe a small adjustment period for Swiatek out here in these early stages as well.
Lefties were not a problem for Iga on tour last year. 7-0 against the Southpaws. That's the true and the real lefties. That's the not true and the real lefties, I mean. What a start to this final on serve, early stages of the first set.
Tobin Beltz.
Fans all flooding into the stadium now. Of course, often get the ones that just are slightly late. They miss the changeover, don't they? They miss this. If you miss the start, you get stuck until the first changeover, which can be 15-20 minutes. I always think they could get the minute one, Rob. That would be the end of the world, would it?
Dlatego jak dołożysz tutaj będzie kształtem, to już nie będzie mogła. Raz wykorzysta, raz nie pójdzie za wysoko. Sam jak będzie kąt, też już nie będzie trudniej.
The top-ranked player on each team can choose who the team captain is, and Iga bringing along her personal coach. They're just starting 3 seasons together. He would have known Iga in passing when he was coaching Aga Radwanska. And Casey, I noticed he was quite strong actually in his message. No idea what he said, but he was quite into it, wasn't he? Normally he's very man of few words, but he was straight. I think he recognises the threat here.
Yeah, I agree. I also couldn't understand, but I felt like it was something around patterns of play. He was pointing in multiple directions, so.
Behind the players. Thank you.
And absolutely, who would have seen Angie Kerber play on tour for many, many years. Let's see what she's capable of.
35 years of age, spent 34 weeks as the world's #1. Collecting 3 majors so far in her career.
You don't often see this much back and forth between Iga and Thomas. Usually they kind of stay silent a few games, there's a few words, but she's just figuring out some tactics here.
Casey, you're right, because Thomas knows, well, he, as I was referencing before, he would have known Iga, he would have watched her as a junior, so it was an easier transition to become her coach. But he knows Angie Kerber well because he was in the chair for 12 meetings with the German when he was coaching Aga. And they finished up their career head-to-head 6 apiece.
Exactly pinpoint the match, much, but I remember watching one of the matches. I think it was a bit of an epic and it went forever, and they had these long extended rallies. Both of them were, you know how they both get in that lunge position where they redirect down the line. They played some fantastic matches over the length of their careers.
Oh, sensational.
Adding on to the 26 forehand winners from yesterday.
Yeah, she's really found her, she's really got her eye in on this. We know that is such a trademark Kerber shot, but she's now just feeling it.
Saw it in the first game, didn't we? That's always been a great sign. Oh, this is so good.
Honestly, I'm just impressed that Kerber can even move today. Like, how brutal was that match by the end? The both of them, Isla and Angie, their legs were done. And we had Leighton and Team Australia trying to say it earlier in the match, but by the end of it, it was true.
I also think, though, when you've had one of those matches, Laura, you know, when you battle it out, you save multiple set points or whatever it might be, you just, there's also something in you that just like ignites something different.
Does it
yeah,
free
free
you?
you maybe. And also, talking to Tobin after the match, it was, for Angie, she just felt like after the 3 losses that maybe she was so far off. But I think that match and that win just made her, that self-belief and that confidence to come out here and play Iga just is so elevated now because of that win yesterday. And you can see the confidence in her.
It was the way that she won the match in the end, wasn't it, as well? With them, you know, grinding it out for sure with the legs. There was so many points where you thought she wasn't going to be able to stay in it, and then she makes you play 2 extra balls. It was really vintage Angie. But then she was able to add the pace, which we haven't seen throughout the week, and it just made such a difference off the ground strokes.
And also, just lastly on that, I feel like when we watched it earlier in the week, you could sense this fatigue kicking in, but we didn't really see that as much, or even if at all, maybe at times, but didn't really feel like there was a heap of fatigue coming from Angie Kerber, and that's purely now because she's got her match fitness up. You can practice as much as you want, but once you get some match fitness in you, that's key.
Well, I was thinking last night, yes, she played first and then didn't play the doubles, but realistically, you haven't been able to fit in physio time, as much recovery time as you usually would, because you want to get back to the team bench to support for the next 2 matches. So I'm sure she did that at the very end of play.
This is where footwork comes into play. Great preparation, those small adjustment steps, and just frees the shoulders. Beautiful return. that she favours is the
Poland.
wide one on the juice court. And for a lefty, that always found that return pretty difficult. Well outside the court on that return, Angie Kerber.
Yes.
Jag kan snabbt, ja.
Advantage Team Germany.
Well, so far in this opening 20 minutes, the signs that she has backed up from yesterday's epic with Tomljanovic in fine fettle. Team Germany with the first chance to break here. Oh, brilliantly saved.
It's tough because on that return you think, well, I'll go cross court because I want to get to the backhand side rather than the forehand. But unless it's placed perfectly, this one just landing too short, too much in that middle third, straight away you're done.
Now that is the shot that Angie Kerber yesterday really started to introduce in her game. I don't feel like she's had the confidence to go her backhand line. You can see that it just paints the back of the line. But that has really made the rest of her game more effective because now she's pulling trigger line. It's making her cross-court one way more dangerous.
Another great save. Gosh, this is good.
Yes.
Reminder of their only meeting to date came a couple of seasons ago in the desert of Indian Wells. In the round of 16, it was Swiatek having to come back from losing the first set, winning in 3. The only time these two have faced each other. Too good.
Advantage Team Poland.
Gazda.
Fifth juice now.
Yes.
That is her preferred serve. You know, she likes that, the wide on the juice court. If I was Angie, not sure as a lefty as well, Laura, what you'd perhaps do, but I know for me, I like to really kind of take an extra step in, cut off the angle, because if I was pushed out of court, it just opens the rest of the court up so easily.
That's an excellent hold. And we remain on serve in this first set.
Poland leads 3 games to 2.
Well, this is very much a sporting capital. And so many out on the water. It's the very heart of the city, and of course the Opera House celebrating its 50th birthday this year. I think there might be a few celebrations around that.
We hope you are already having an incredible start to the United Series 50. If you are, make sure you step forward, use the hashtag just like Kerber.
Everyone wants to play tennis. That's what we love in this Aussie summer. And when those kids step inside the Ken Rosewell Arena, they will see some of the world's best. It's been a fantastic start to this final. Only 5
Seats, quickly
games
please,
in.
ladies and gentlemen. Time.
One thing we've learnt about this United Cup, it can surprise you at any moment.
Seats, quickly please, behind the players. Thank you.
Evangeline wanted to get some tennis ahead of the first major of the year on her comeback. She has come to the right place, and as Sasha Zverev was mentioning, they have played on Friday night against the Greeks, where she was beaten by Sakari quite easily, against Saturday night against the Aussies, and now for a third evening in a row against the Poles. It's going to be some tired legs over the next couple of days.
At the same time, though, I think they played their second group match on the Monday in the end.
Yep,
so then
did.
they were waiting around, and that's tough in a lot of ways, because you're thinking, oh, if I don't make it to the quarterfinals, I should go quite hard in practice over the next few days. So it might sound like a bunch of days off, but they probably were doing double-day practices, trying to get as much preparation as possible, and then you find out a couple of days later, oh, hang on, we're back on the match court on Friday.
They came in as the best runners-up here in Sydney in Group D. One of those slower second serves getting punished. And now Iga has a chance to pounce.
Yes.
You both played, Angie. Why is it so hard? Because she doesn't overpower you.
No, but she's so hard to read. I always just found her disguise in terms of if she was going to, she holds her forehand almost to the last minute. She's able to pull it across. We know she likes that flat one down the line as well. That was what was difficult for me, and obviously because it was a low flat ball, you'd hit up and then she'd be kind of all over the next ball.
Perfect example of why she's tough to play, because you think you've hit a good shot and then it comes back with more angle on it, and it's so low. This from courtside doesn't have a lot of margin at times from Angie, but that's what makes it difficult, because she just finds the space, turning defense to offense so quickly.
She creates a winner when there really isn't one on. Wow, all break points rebuffed so far, and we remain on serve.
Andy, come on, good.
That is a super impressive hold from Kerber. I think the other thing is it takes players a long time to build a reputation on tour, and for Angie, for many, many years, she built this reputation of being such a tough competitor. So I knew when I was going into a match with her kind of what you were in for, and it almost felt quite deflating because you just knew that it was going to be such an extremely tough match.
Yeah, I remember playing Angie before she kind of made that transition to the top of the game, and the difference then, you know, within 6 months was just incredible. So strong off the back foot, but she went from lingering around the top 100, top 80 mark, and then I played her at Wimbledon, and by US Open, she was a different player. She was so committed to just staying in the rally, making you play 3-4 extra shots, plus she added the pace on the serve, and the placement changed. So she did so much work in such a short amount of time, and then just went on a huge run.
I think I must have played her in between that. I played her in Dallas. And I think it must have been in between Wimbledon and US Open on the lead up to the US Open swing, and exactly what Laura said. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, 13 years ago, Laura, you beat Angie at Wimbledon.
God,
I wonder if you realised
old.
you were playing a future champion, and then that year she made semis in New York. I remember interviewing her after she beat Panetta. She was totally stunned. Oh, we're so happy she's come back, and she's going to get the reigning #1. All sorts of headaches out here.
I feel like Swiatek's certainly overplaying. We know how disciplined you need to be against a player like Kerber, and even on that one there, just another forced error because she knows the next ball is always coming back.
So, for a second successive service game, Swiatek facing a break point.
Didn't look overly comfortable, did it? A little bit hesitant, but didn't quite get the split step right and got stuck in a very awkward position.
I don't know what the man after whom the stadium is named after would make of that particular technique.
Hubi's still got his sliders on. The toes are out. He's pretty relaxed.
Oh, it's vintage Angie.
Advantage team.
You can't read it, can you? With
It's
that
the
grip?
setup, isn't it, Case? Because that is an incredible angle off the back foot and then immediately takes the second one a little bit earlier.
Wow, she's come out here this evening so aggressive. Another chance to break. Well saved.
Yes.
I feel like on big points, Petch was talking about it in his analysis as well, just around predictability on serve of Swiatek on big points particularly. Max pretty clutch on the out wide to the juice court, to the ad court, sorry, and again there.
Second double.
Advantage team Germany.
Service game. Well played.
Yes.
Laura, just to circle back, I thought a slider was something you ate. What is Hubie Hurkacz?
No, slides, Sam, slides. Like, well, here would be
Thongs,
but for us it would be sandals.
Oh, he's got his sandals on. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Why didn't you
sliders.
Why don't you just...
That's what they're called.
Is that what they're called?
Aren't they just called slides?
Well, maybe here in the UK.
Sliders are like the
I think in the UK we use
canapes
both.
that you get when you go to functions. You know the little sliders?
Yep, yeah, the other thing you eat.
Yeah, slides.
Well done.
Have you been thinking about that this whole time?
I was thinking what you were thinking, Laura. That was
Yeah, I have,
that was
yeah.
like 10 minutes ago.
I know, I've been worrying about it. It's something else I didn't know. Slide is something you put in your hair as well. It's just so confusing. Once again, comes through a very long service game, and we're still on serve in this opening set.
Team Poland leads 4-3.
We don't need to see it close up of people's feet anyway, guys.
Oh, there they are.
Oh, there they are.
That's too much toe for me.
The things you learn in a commentary box. It's an education.
He doesn't need to have the old tennis shoes on just yet, does he?
Feet fresh. Tomas Swiatek, he's frowning. He's frowning, not a good sign.
There is so much chatter from him over the last 2 changeovers, which we haven't seen all week. Even when she was a set down yesterday against Garcia, there wasn't much at the end of the first.
Team Poland, certainly the favourites coming in here through this United Cup final. We've seen from Tomas Swiatek, who the coach, who gets quite strong. There's been some frowning at the far end of the bench. He's played right in the American coach of Hurkacz. Be in the jacket, not feeling quite warm enough yet. So pretty stuffy early evening here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Thank you. First available seat for now, please. First.
What do you think the best serve is when you're playing Swiatek, Laura?
Well, if there was a simple solution, then more people would be doing it.
I just feel like I feel like the body serve is probably one of the more effective serves when you're playing Swiatek, purely because she's quite upright on her return and you can find the ability to jam her. But I just feel like with Kerber's serve and the lack of speed.
Oh, that's another level now.
Yeah, you read my mind. The serve, if it goes in the body, has to be super deep in the box, and also it has to have some more pace on it. And Kerber's first serve isn't jumping through the court. So then I feel like maybe she should just stick to the lefty swinger.
15-40.
Couple of break points in the last service game for Iga. Couldn't convert. Still got 2 more here.
One saved by Kerber using the out wide, just a little bit of a mix-up. He's gone a lot down the middle there on that juice court.
It's held, and there's the break.
Team Poland leads 5 games to 3.
Team Poland now serving for this first set.
15.
It's great stuff from the world number one.
Yeah, these double faults just sort of poking around at the moment, just checking her progress.
The swing looks a little disjointed on some of these second serves, and it looks like she's thinking about the motion too much rather than just keeping it as natural as possible and accelerating through the ball.
It's been a high-quality 50-minute set. Ken Rosewall Arena. It's in Poland with set point.
Let's Fasten.
Team Poland edge it as Swiatek takes the first by 6 games to 3.
Albo spieszysz się trochę. On tak, rzeczywiście nie daje, ale to zmień. Nie spiesz się, bo trochę się z ruchem. Zaczynasz się tutaj się zbierać. Spokojnie z ruchem, znajdź rytm, trochę dotknij, trochę do ciała. Więcej backhand, ciało, backhand i pojedyncze, tylko forehand.
Well, the only word I could pull out there was service, and I think they're having quite a discussion about it. But away from that, in the bigger picture of that first set, Casey, what are you seeing here in the numbers?
Yeah, look, I think the first serve percentage is up over 70% for Swiatek. But look, I think it's the winners there, the 12 forehand winners and the 9 backhand winners from Swiatek making the difference. Obviously, some more unforced errors because of the more aggressive play from Swiatek. But look, I thought it was a really high-quality first set. I felt like Kerber was able to sustain a really high-quality level for a period of time, but then Swiatek really just started to step up in the court, play a little bit more aggressive, and it certainly paid off for her there in the end.
A fabulous opening set to raise the curtain on this second United Cup final. Poland taking on the Germans. And almost full house here on the Ken Rosewall Arena. A culmination of 10 days play, 18 nations began.
Nie krzyczał jej tam po swojej.
These are the final two.
And as Angie comes out to serve here, one thing that we didn't see on those stats numbers, obviously we saw her first serve percentage from today, which is in the 50s, but yesterday against Isla, she was up at 79% first serves in, which is going to make a huge difference if she can just take away some of the second serve returns from Swiatek, who, let's not forget, was #1 on tour for second serve return points won last year.
I was pretty interested in that discussion on in the set break there between Iga and Tomas. Not again that I can speak Polish, but I think there was a lot of chatter about her serve. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about it when she goes up to serve, but I just feel like there's significant changes in her serve, and we know that with Iga and what she's been able to do in the off-season, and I think it's going to take time, like you said, Laura, for her motion to become quite just natural.
Oh, what speed. What an athlete.
15-13.
Yes, for it to become part of her, like the rest of the game.
Exactly, and hence we've seen a couple of 3 double faults from her so far, but just that where you walk up to the line and the swing feels natural and you can just go through the motions. I don't think she's quite there yet.
I have no idea what that feels like, so you explained it very well, though. Big game here for Team Germany to hang on. I feel like they've been doing that ever since this competition began. Lining up back to breaks right here. And there it is. Team Poland take control of this first singles.
First game, second set.
It's just so solid, isn't she? Never drops the intensity, and you look at the only person who's been able to win sets against her over the last few months is Caroline Garcia, who just plays a very different style of tennis to Kerber.
Dobra, tak naciskaj na serwis. Brawo.
So does Angie just need to be a little braver here, go for a bit more with the second serve return as soon as she can get a look at it.
Yeah, look, I think...
That one's for you, Katie.
Yeah, I agree with Laura. I mean, she's got to do something differently right now, does Angie Kerber, but when Swiatek gets rolling and she's started to be a little bit more aggressive with the backhand, it's making it tough. Now let's take a look at the Swiatek serve, because you can see her take back. It's a lot more abbreviated, and she gets up. And Petch talked about her trunk rotation as well. And she's mainly made the change for that +1 shot so that she's in a much better position after the serve to absorb the return and be in a more aggressive position.
It's just adaptability, isn't it, to be able to do that in a short span of time in the off-season. And you think back last year, she did the same with her return position. It became a lot more narrow, a lot more upright because she was looking for the fast twitch fibres off the split step.
The only thing that I'm slightly concerned about with the change in service technique is the load on her shoulder. When you abbreviate it, you just place a little bit more stress through the shoulder.
Yep. Sort of gone out of fashion, haven't they? It had, you know, because of that reason.
Yeah, well, it's very, like Pat Rafter used to serve a bit similar.
Team Poland. Team Poland leads.
There was just a nod there towards Thomas. Whatever they spoke about in the last changeover, she feels a lot more comfortable. Easy to say with the set and a break.
Kerber has put together a wonderful career, but actually if you look at her numbers, when she loses the first set against a top 10 player, she's only come back to win on 5 occasions. Times that's happened to her, losing the first set against a top 10 player over her career. And conversely, she's up against one of the great front runners of recent times. Too good.
Having so much time out of the game, Kerber, I think she's obviously, we've spoken about how much court time in tennis she's had, but also the opportunity to play the world #1 and just really test your level.
15-14.
It's unravelling very quickly here, though, isn't it? After a wonderful sort of opening 8 games, where she matched the reigning world #1 ball for ball. But this is going away now. It's a double break.
Team Poland leads 3 games to love.
Dalej to samo.
Rosal Arena, fitting stage for the second United Cup final. Poland very much on the front foot now.
Time. Love 15.
We're nice in tennis, aren't we?
She got it. She got the ball.
We're a good sport.
15.
You like your signs over here in Aussie, don't you? You like your signs for the fans.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
It was a big,
Because it's
thing.
part of the,
Yeah.
in primary school, you make signs for,
Is that what-
yeah, like you would often be a class where you could go and make a sign for, like the Matildas was obviously popular with
Okay.
you
Yeah. Okay.
FIFA Women's World Cup on our shores. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I noticed that. Yeah. Always a lot of signs
good observation.
when I come down under.
My kids like to make signs for the doors, their doors. They like to make signs for,
Okay. It's a thing.
it's a thing,
It's
yeah.
definitely an Aussie thing.
Another random conversation with Sam Smith.
30. 15.
It won't be the last.
Signs that Iga's running away with this one. huh?
Oh,
Oh.
Laura, you should be in the commentary box. Wasted courtside.
Such a mum joke, Laura.
Ooh, first loose one. And
30.
the first really loose one we've seen in the 62 minutes we've been out here. You know, she's over the years, she's actually made a few of those.
Oh, yeah, plenty of them.
The impossible. We've seen her do it. Total domination. 7 games in a row now for the world number one.
From down here, it just looks like Angie
Kerber and
Kerber's lost
Swiatek.
her legs. And very understandable given the court time yesterday, the adrenaline that she must have felt closing out that match, but then all that recovery that she would have had to do in the early hours of the morning. And just the last 2 games, the split step's gone. You know, it's not as explosive off the first move.
The heart is still willing, though.
But you can even see there when she gets those small
15.
adjustment steps around the ball and can prepare. But because of that fatigue, I think it's few and far between now.
That's when you feel it most, isn't it? When you're trying to move around the ball, create the space, really get after it and add pace to the forehand. You need the legs underneath you.
Historically, Angie's always had a tough time against reigning world number ones. Only beaten on 2 occasions, Azarenka early on in her career and against Serena in that Australian final. That's how she did it. That was 8 years ago now. But there's been a lot of losses over the years to the very best player in the world, to Enan and Wozniacki, and many times Serena, and most recently to Ash Barty in the Wimbledon final when she was the world number 1. One game away now from giving Team Poland the perfect start.
Team Poland leads 5 games to 2.
Ten kształt prędkością robi robotę.
Certainly this part of the world is not short of the most stunning beaches, and this is where, well, if you're a backpacker or you're coming to Sydney for the very first time, this is where you head, Bondi. And Casey knows how tricky my geography is of this part of the world. I've been told this is one of the eastern beaches. Even I can get my head around that, if not upright on a surfboard. There's a few sharks in there, aren't there? Yes, I always worry about that when I'm here.
I never worry about the sharks.
You
Never.
always don't.
No, never, because no, I just don't even think about it. Like, they're not.
They got big and they got big teeth.
No, they're not coming from me though.
You Perth girls, nothing bothers you.
Dalej, dyscyplina, dalej swoje.
I suspect in her time in Melbourne next week there will be large buckets of balls to be served.
Bardzo aktywnie, czujnie.
Putting Team Poland in pole position right now, isn't she?
Yep. You sense she loves playing for her country. She's quite an introvert, quite quiet, does her own thing. Seems to have adjusted to superstardom back home very well in her own way. They've been very good at managing the success which came as a 19-year-old on the clay courts of Roland Garros. What an addition she is to our sport. Team Poland now at match point. The Poles are off to the perfect start.
6-love.
70 minutes to defeat a major champion. Swiatek victorious, 6-3, 6-love, and they go ahead and are one match up in the tie. Well, 5 singles matches in and only 1 set dropped. Give us a glimpse, doesn't it, of what we might see in Melbourne, Casey?
Yeah, it was a glimpse of stardom, a glimpse of wonderful tennis played by Iga Swiatek. And throughout this United Cup, from a singles perspective, she's been in great form and carrying on that form from the back end of 2023. Coach is happy, Team Poland is happy, great sportsmanship from both team zones. That's what the United Cup is all about, but Team Poland, they certainly are in pole position right now.
Yeah, the sportsmanship is a very important part of this United Cup, and all the players have automatically gone to the opposing team zone right at the match and shaken hands with, or high-fived with every single person, not just the team captain, but all those sitting on the bench as well. It's been a lovely feature. Huge respect between these two champions.
That's a really nice embrace. Often we just see the handshake, but you can see absolutely the respect between the two and that embrace.
And another test passed for Iga. She may play the mixed. I'm sure she will if they're 1-1 after the men's singles. Hurkacz, the Polish #1, going up against a rather weary Alexander Zverev. But that's for a little later. Right now, it's Iga. She's with Laura.
Iga, congratulations, undefeated all week. What a way to start the year. What's clicking for you in 2024?
Thank you. Well, I don't know. I just feel like I've really, improved during the preseason, and I'm happy that I played such, solid matches here. For sure, it's really fun, and it's just exciting to play with, my teammates and for Poland. So I'm really proud of myself that I could win, all my singles, and for now. We'll see if we're going to have mixed doubles or not, but I'm still ready to compete today and to fight.
And 6-3, 6-love, I don't feel tells the whole story of the match, because it was a tough first set for you. Angie came out firing. What changed at 3-all? Something in tactical, something in her game maybe?
Well, I felt like she was really picking the right spot to play, and she surprised me sometimes at the beginning of the set with her decision making and choices. I knew that she could play like that, but I was just I didn't have much time to get into the rhythm, because she was really aiming sometimes this balls inside out, and it was pretty hard. But I'm happy that I felt it, and with the ball change I felt like my game can be more dynamic, and I just pushed Angelique a little bit more after 4-3.
And I saw yesterday you won Polish Sportsperson of the Year. There's a lot of Polish supporters in the crowd. What's that support like for you from back home and also in the stadium?
Yes, my dad and my sister are probably still partying on the gala. I'm super proud of myself. It's second year since I have a chance, to feel. I always felt it, but now it's the second year in a row where I won this award, and I feel, support from the fans, and I feel like they really appreciate my work, and it's like the best feeling ever. So Hubi also came out in the top 10 in this ranking. So yeah, I feel like it's a good day for Polish tennis for sure.
Hopefully you can keep it going. Good luck in the next one. Iga Swiatek, everyone.
For a country of just a smidgen over 40 million, they do produce an awful lot of top sports stars across a whole range of disciplines. But if they thought things were good with Aga Radwanska, and they were for many years, they are absolutely at their very best now with Iga and Hurkacz producing the best tennis players in the world. They don't really have a system. They have lots of clubs. Everyone does it their own way. But whatever is happening over there, it is certainly working. And Iga was a delight to watch throughout this competition and clearly very, very popular back home. Casey, I've been in the company of lefties today, many lefties, yourself, Angie and Laura.
Aren't you lucky?
I might just convert. I've seen the lights, I really have. But before we let you southpaws go, we'll just have a little look at some numbers. It's well caught, wasn't it? Daria's a sailor. I didn't know she was that well coordinated.
Yeah, look, some pretty good statistics there from Iga Swiatek. Number of more winners, a very good ratio of unforced errors to winners. Obviously, a number of breaks throughout that match for her on the serve of Angie Kerber. A couple of double faults, and we spoke about the serve, but I think all in all, a pretty solid match, an hour and 10 minutes from Iga Swiatek, and she'll be very happy to have her 5th singles win for the new season under her belt.
Casey, thanks very much for your company. Coming up in the next 10 minutes, it'll be the men.
give a warm welcome to Alexander Sasha Zverev, representing Germany. And today's opponent, representing Poland, Hurkacz.
Well, welcome back for the second of the evening's matches, and there is a very, very good Polish contingent in here, and you could hear it as Hubie walked onto court. Craig Boynton is sitting there, and he's got a nice smile on his face. Poland looking in good shape, up 1-love. As for Sasha, this is not an unknown situation coming onto court at the United Cup. 1-0 down. Sakari beat Kerber in the quarter-finals. He had to come out and beat Tsitsipas, which he did. And Kerber losing to Paolini when they took on Italy before Zverev came out. Dropped the opening set against Sonego before winning the last 2, 3 and 4 and picking up the mixed doubles as well. The big question mark, of course, circulating around Jim Courier is whether Zverev is going to be fresh enough.
And that's what we're going to all find out together. No one will be more interested in that information than the man with the red shorts walking to the net right now. Hurkacz looking for his first win against Zverev, and you would think that he's poised to do just that, given just how early this morning Sasha was shaking hands in the mixed doubles match. Let's listen into the coin flip here.
No? A little picture with Shivani after the toss. Alexander, Gulagong or AO? AO. Receive. Picture, please. Shivani, a big smile.
Two big men, two big smiles, all to play for still here at the United Cup. And a third meeting between these two. Zverev's won the previous couple. It was Hurkacz, who was a shadow of himself, it has to be said, back in 2021 in Turin. Just looked a little bit out of sync there, but he certainly has picked up his form throughout the course of this United Cup. And a man that will be very happy with that is Craig Boynton, who we're going to talk to. But Craig, I just want to pin you down. There's a lot of sort of talk about Hubie in terms of his return game at times, but I was taking a look at some of his numbers since Australia 2022, and I hope you can hear me over the din. He has gone 22 wins and just 3 losses against guys that are 6'4" or taller. That's pretty impressive.
Well, okay, give us the cup then. We're good, right?
Why does he like playing guys that are taller than him? What is it about that style of play that seems to have suited him, Craig?
I mean, you're asking me a really good question, and of which I can't give you an absolute answer. I mean, that's something I would only be speculating right now. But I do know that Hubie, for his size, he moves well. And so maybe he's just a little better mover, and obviously with his serve, you know, he's in every single kind of set, every single kind of match if he's serving well. And so that's a lot of words that I've said and came up with 0 answers for it. So.
CB, it's JC. How about a question about what's in front of Hubie and Team Poland tonight, which is Zverev, who's been tough on him in the 2 matches prior, but this is a different situation. Talk about how that changes your strategy for Hubie, given likely a fatigued opponent.
Well, the first thing Hubie and I talked about, and we both agreed that Sasha's 100%. He's very fit, and he is not tired, and he's going to come full guns a-blazing. So that being said, really it was just about look to see who wins the cross-court backhand battles and who sets up the down-the-line backhand, and the point kind of unfolds from there. Sasha is a much better tennis player when he's up on the baseline, inside the court, dictating play. So for the challenge for Hubie is to work his way through that period of the point and see if he can push Sasha back, spread the court, and then create, play in front of Sasha, break the tram lines with you know, an up and down ball, and then Hubie, I'm encouraging him to come forward, play and use his hands at net, and drop volleys, deep volleys. You know, if Hubie can have that kind of chemistry in the point and serve well, I think it should be a fun match for us.
CB, thanks for all the info and good luck to you guys.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, boys.
Nice insights there for Craig in terms of what we're looking for in terms of the X's and O's as these two square up, as Jim says, for the third time. Says he's fit, says he's going to be 100%. Can he possibly be, Jim?
No, that's the psychology of a coach. That's smart, because you don't want your player expecting the opposition to be wounded, even though the reality is Zverev is definitely not going to be 100%. But in best of 3 sets, you don't necessarily have to be when you can serve the way that Sasha Zverev can. He might be able to keep the points short and kind of bluff his way through this. We shall all find out together, and it's obviously a match that Zverev cannot lose, so there's more weight on his shoulders for sure.
Confirmation of the head-to-head, the win in Turin, of course, a tournament that Sasha has won a couple of times in 2018 and 2021 as well. He emerged as the best of the best on both of those occasions. Hubie looked as though he wasn't quite ready for that limelight at that stage.
Yeah, he was, you're right, he was a shadow of himself in that match. I was kind of concerned that he wasn't feeling well. He looked so out of it, he looked disoriented, but I think he's fully focused now. He's a more accomplished player than he was back then when he was just emerging into the top 10. Now he's been there for 3 consecutive years.
Seven titles for this man over the course of his career. Last year winning in Marseille and in Shanghai. Managed to stave off a championship point down to Rublev in that particular tournament. Also won the 1000 in Miami. And he is a very versatile player, as we've seen over the last few years. Currently residing at a career high 9 in the world. Sasha has made a quite remarkable recovery, Jim, from that ankle tear against Rafa at Roland Garros.
Well, he came back on tour here at the United Cup last year, and he was very tentative, understandably trying to make sure that his body was going to support him. And he slowly worked his way into the season, had a semifinals in Dubai in February that kind of kick-started him, and then retribution back to the semifinals at Roland Garros, put that behind him, and he's found his way back to the top 10.
Thank you.
But this is going to be a big test for him tonight. How much fuel does he have in the tank?
Any seat, please? Players are waiting for you. Thank you. Play.
Can't teach height for the serve, and you can't teach it on return. And Zverev likes to return from a little bit deeper, and the height that he has allows him to play this serve from Hurkacz at a relatively comfortable place.
That is the type of point that will challenge Zverev's lungs and legs straight away. And CB must be happy with that one. Craig Boyden would like to see this kind of point, especially when his guy gets on top and wins it. 24 shots. And there is a look at that backhand-to-backhand exchange early in that one that Craig was talking about as well. These are two very fine two-handed backhands, Petch. You know, someone who doesn't have a very fine two-handed backhand, but his one-hander was sweet as John Fitzgerald. Fitzy How are things looking and feeling down there courtside?
I'm not usually referred to as sweet, Jim, but thank you.
Salty?
Ollie. Salty old dog. Yeah. No, I appreciate the thought. Those two-handers used to give us trouble in the old days when the youngsters came along. These two have beauties, don't they? Both great backhands. Most players do these days. The two-handers are so competent in the modern game.
En route to this match, we looked at total time on court between the singles and the mixed doubles that both players have played. Zverev has played 7 hours more than Hurkacz. And then when you factor in, he had to do double duty last night, early into this morning, when Hurkacz played just singles yesterday and finished in the afternoon, early afternoon. Pretty big discrepancy in recovery time.
Which the win predictor hasn't necessarily factored into its algorithm. It's gone with the head-to-head being the most dominant thing. 5:45 a.m. Sasha said he finally got to sleep. That was this morning, not long ago.
Alexander Zverev representing Team Germany to serve.
There's confirmation of the head-to-head, and the last meeting was one-way traffic in the Tour Finals. That was about 3 years back. Gonna need a good night at first serve percentage, but he normally does. He leads the league basically amongst the big men as far as first serves in play. About 70% across the season in 2023. Just outstanding.
He's looked very good around the net this week, and he continues to move forward with that conviction that you need to. He closes it down beautifully. Cuts right across the ball to generate the spin.
The longer these rallies go between these two players, keep eyes on the court position. Zverev tends to start to drift further back with each shot if the rally extends to 6, 8 shots. Well, Hurkacz, he's a baseline hugger. He'll try and stay right on top of that baseline and not give up ground. That's going to be important for Zverev, I think, to try and keep the point short, because the longer they go, the more physical they are, and then the more ground he has to cover because of what he naturally does movement-wise. Here's a look at that beautiful first serve motion, though, Petch. It's pretty strong. Step up, back foot sliding up, and then he goes up like a volleyball player, ready to spike it, and spike it he does.
just in the early stages here, I think you can tell a little bit of a difference here between the ground stroke speed. You know, when you sit adjacent to the court, and I'm almost below the height of where they hit the ball here at my eye level, and it goes a bit faster from Zverev's end of the court to the other.
15 all.
And it goes in reverse.
Take a look at it on the eye test. .210 out wide, a couple of millimeters in. You can understand why Zverev, when he goes up and has a look at the mark, feels as though he's perhaps been hard done by. And one of the reasons why, up until this season, we haven't had Hawkeye on clay. Marks can perhaps look a little deceptive for the players, makes it tough for them to accept. Nothing wrong with that.
15. Thank you. Please.
Whose serve would you take, Jim?
I would take Sasha's first serve and Hubi's second serve. How about you?
Okay. Well, I love Hurkacz's serve. I really like it. It looks like it won't break down.
Good test of half volleys from Hurkacz, as Jim was saying, likes to hug the baseline. So far this evening in Sydney, it's been all Team Poland. 2-1, Hurkacz.
So Fitzy, you're asking about which first serve I would take. First serve, I would take Zverev, and not that I think it's better necessarily when it goes in. It just goes in with more frequency. But the second serve of Hurkacz is far superior. It's more reliable. It's got a nasty kick to it. It doesn't double fault very often. In fact, Hurkacz has, I think, the most incredible numbers in serving from last year. For every 10, he hit 10 aces for every double fault he hit. A 10-to-1 ratio. If you hit 3 aces per double fault, you're upper echelon. Pretty awesome stuff.
Just getting the end of the motion that has delivered, on average, 15 aces a match. That was a tour-leading number for Hurkacz last season.
Have you talked to Craig Boynton at all, Jim, about how he can follow that in occasionally, or a little bit more, because he is very skillful when he gets in close to the net?
I have not talked to Craig about that. You're close to him. You want to wander over and make that suggestion?
Yeah, he mightn't tell me right now. He's looking pretty serious. He might tell me to go back to my seat, I think. As good a guy as he is. But I just think that second serve against certain opponents, you know, you could use that and just come in occasionally, just to put some doubt in the returner's mind.
I can tell you, Fitzy, that they've done such a great job together in making sure that he holds serve at such a high rate that the focus, as far as improvement goes right now, is this endeavor, trying to break serve more often, because that's something where he's not as good as Zverev.
Yeah, fair enough.
Zverev was number 21 on tour last season in breaking serve. Hurkacz was 76th. That's a big, big difference. Petch, do you have any suspicion why Zverev is better at breaking serve?
I would say that in general it goes back to his clay court record for Sasha compared to Hubie. Hubie's one of those rare breeds that actually breaks more times on a hard court than he does on a clay court, whereas Zverev has a big differential when he gets onto the clay, much higher break record than on hard. He's a much more sort of aggressive returner, isn't he, Hubie? Which why it works well on hard courts. The ball skips through, rushes his opponent, doesn't get the same benefit on the clay courts. Sasha's all about quantity and quality, obviously, of return.
Hanging tough for Team Germany is Sasha Zverev, because it has to be difficult for him out there right now. Physically, I've experienced having to go to sleep very early in the morning and then turn around and play the next night or later that night, and it's just very difficult. You feel disoriented. It's you have a form of jet lag, effectively. And it's just hard to get the wheels turning. So he's done well to hold serve the first couple times, because from my experience, it does take some games to kind of get the engine going and get the adrenaline back into the body, and maybe then he'll start to feel normal. High tariff shot coming up here from Hurkacz where he is. Just got to try and feather it over the net. Tough to judge. Hurkacz willing to invest in some physical points early on. That's wise. And Zverev eventually decided to go for broke on that forehand. He'd had enough. He can still be deadly on the perimeter, can Zverev. Long levers. And he has absolutely laced this from well behind the baseline.
He looks a little bit more dangerous, Mark. You know, when he has a swing, he can generate a bit more power. He does a bit more damage with his ground strokes than Hubie. Not a lot, but a little.
Been some big serving from Hurkacz, up about 8 kilometers an hour on his average for the United Cup this evening. And it's allowed him to hang on to his serve the opening 3 times. 3-2. These two teams have been very busy in Sydney, but some of the other teams have been able to get out and about. We're going to head out to Manly, located in Sydney's north. And of course, a beautiful part of the world. Millions of visitors come in every year. And it is a very quick hop from the Sydney CBD. Just jump on the Manly ferry. It's about 20 minutes just to get yourself out there. And very popular, the Manly Wharf, Manly Corso for restaurants and shopping. But shopping doesn't seem to be your thing if you want to get out there. A bit more like surfing, I would suggest. As we are in just out west of Sydney, where we've been staying out in the legendary Ken Rosewall Arena. 8-time major winner. A tribute to his phenomenal career. Ken Rose Arena has been host for a second year for this United Cup. A little bit of a change in the format, which has been a huge success. Last year there were 5 matches over a couple of sessions. This year just the one session deciding everything. And there is no doubt when you judge it through the popularity and all the kind of metrics you need to, that it has been a very, very popular event in both Perth and here in Sydney.
Another great crowd here in Ken Rosewall Arena. It's been bursting with energy both inside and outside of the arena, out in the lawns. High energy, lots of people having fun, lots of kids out playing a little bit of hot shots tennis, introducing themselves to this lifetime sport. First saw Zverev when he was about 8 years old in Florida, training there. His older brother Misha, who was a top professional, made the quarterfinals of the Australian Open not too many years ago. He was the older brother. This guy was the little one, tagging along. He's going okay.
It was always pretty clear back then his vector was going to be a little different to everybody else's, not just his brothers.
Here's his dad, Alexander Sr., who also, Fitzy, you played, right?
I did once.
How'd you go?
I lost. Why do you always ask the result?
I would recommend you say I came in second. That sounds better.
It was close. I also had my young son Patrick over in Adelaide one year when he was 12 years old, and this young man was 11 at Memorial Drive in Adelaide, and they were hitting balls together each week, all week. It was interesting to see him then. He was already gangly, tall, long limbs, competitive.
And Todd Woodbridge was saying that he also would hang around the courts waiting for any opening to jump out there. If there were 5 minutes between practices, he would fill that vacuum. Passion on display early. Got him. 30-15. So the place that I first saw Zverev was the Saddlebrook Tennis Academy, where a lot of players have trained, and that's in fact where Hurkacz came when he came to America, and that's where he and Craig Boyton hooked up. Craig was coaching some American players, has coached American players for a long old time, and Hubie was there, needed someone to travel with him, and Craig said, I'll give him a tryout. They did it at Indian Wells, made the quarterfinals together, and they've not looked back.
Yeah, I think half the battle of being a player is to find the right coach. And you know, if you find the wrong coach as a young person, you can learn a few bad habits. And it can be a little bit detrimental. But if you find the right person, the right personality, someone who can teach you a little bit about life as well, I think it's quite a healthy thing. And certainly you need someone who knows technique and strategy. Is he a tiny bit sluggish, Zverev, so far?
Yes, I think so. You?
I'm wondering. He might loosen up.
Be awfully hard not to be honest. The reason I say that, suggest that, Fitz, is we see the scoreline go to 3 apiece, is in the longer exchanges, he seems to be the one who is a little less patient and wants to finish things off. And he's normally extremely patient.
Yep, exactly. He's pulling the trigger a bit earlier tonight than he has been, making it the odd more error, I think.
That's the one thing that he has in his locker, Zverev, and not everyone does, from returning deep with pace. If you watch Hubie out of his serve, he's a long way inside the baseline. Often, because his serve's that good, you can't get it back under his shoelaces. But if you can return close to the baseline, he's hustling with his footwork to pick up the +1 shot.
15-all.
Fastest of the night, 218. And that's out wide over the high part of the net. Normally, your fastest serves go right through the middle of the court over the low part of the net.
30-15.
Had a chance to hold and sort of play a little bit, not hit the ball, but just play around with Hurkacz's racket today after he warmed up. And it's a little heavier than a lot of the players play with these days, about 360 grams if you include the string and the grip, all told. And the grip is really big, and that's something you don't often see these days either, because the players like to manipulate the ball more, get more spin on it. Hurkacz doesn't. He's a flat ball striker, so that makes sense. But what it is not is a racket that gives you a lot of power. It's a racket that makes you play the ball, and it probably explains why he's able to have such good feel, because it very much is a racket where you can feel the ball. It's not exploding off of that racket at all. The serve certainly is.
Fastest of the night at 2:20. 4-3, Hurkacz. You worked a little bit with Craig, didn't you, Jim?
I did.
What are his strengths?
Craig's, I think one of his biggest strengths is his demeanor. He's very cool, calm, and collected, very even-keeled in a profession where there's a lot of emotion from the player, and he's able to withstand that, and he's very adaptable. I think that's another one of his biggest strengths is he adapts himself to the player and makes sure that the player is comfortable. It's not the player that has to change for him. And he has a wealth of knowledge because he's worked with so many different style players, from power baseliners like me to big servers like John Isner. He's kind of worked with every style, seen all kinds of different temperaments.
Not just German tennis players, but German cuisine here in Sydney. They're #1 out there, fighting to try and give them a chance to win the United Cup. Taking on one of the most durable players. He may be one of the biggest servers, Hubie Hurkacz, but he's also one of the most durable. Last season, more than half of his matches went to a deciding set throughout the course of the season. 69 matches Hurkacz played, 39 of them went to a final set. Early stage of this one, and it looks as though it is going to be another tight affair. He has bounced back from a very early morning, has Sasha Zverev, extremely well.
15 love.
Good news on an energy front is that he is maintaining his first serve speed that he's had for the entire tournament at 202 Ks. Interestingly, or maybe strategically, serving about 15 Ks quicker on his second. Not allowing Hurkacz the opportunity to potentially attack it. Ks has been his average, and as you could see there at 166, that's pretty much been what he's been on tonight. To see Tobin Beltz. Makes sense, Jim, doesn't it, to serve quicker against somebody like Hurkacz. Obviously, there is an element of risk for Sasha that maybe a few more doubles come.
Yeah, but hasn't hit one yet.
Yep.
He's had his second serve under control this tournament so far from the matches that I've been lucky enough to watch.
Sweeps it away and levels things up in the opening set, 4 apiece. That's the danger, isn't it, of taking that backhand down the line. He doesn't have the high spin rate, Hurkacz. He has to coax it there a little bit more than other players.
Zverev deep to return that second serve, having held pretty comfortably. Looks like he's ready to spend some energy and try and secure a break of serve in this game. Wouldn't be surprised to see him be willing to play really physical points here and push on, see if he can get a lead. Makes sense. Hurkacz has given him a little bit of an opening here with 2 missed first serves.
So much to savour in that point from both players. Lovely pivot from here for Hurkacz to get that ball down low. Not easy with the way that he strikes the ball to get it as low as that. But once he had accomplished that goal, that was the icing on the cake. Getting towards the end of the opening set, and you feel as though both players have just pulled the pin out of the grenade here, ready to go off this one.
Interested to see how much energy Zverev's willing to spend now, down 40-15, if he stays engaged or tries to play a quicker point.
John Fitzgerald's style volley puts Team Poland 5-4 up in the opening set.
Team Poland leads 5-4.
You had that volley, Fitzy. How would you like Hurkacz's serve?
I feel like I'd be working less with you, Mark.
So there's just upside, and more upside.
No, I'd miss it, mate. I'd miss it. No, look, I like that. And you know what? It was a second serve. It's actually a bit harder. I used to find harder on that first court to do this. But on the second court, I reckon he could do it more. Not a lot, just a little bit. And he's got the abilities. He's got the weapons on the volley to do it. He's a beautiful volleyer with feel. Rare for a big man like him.
Another look at the 26-shot rally. There was some big hitting in there between these two. And it was just a little bit of a mini opening, as Jim said, for Sasha. It looked as though maybe he had taken control of the point. How big will that backhand be and prove to be for Hurkacz? He was under pressure at love 15. Sasha advancing.
Petch, I think an indication of his anticipation. He was there before the ball was for that backhand. He really read that well from Sasha. And if Zverev's going to come in like that, he has to have Hurkacz stretching. He can't just hit it in the hitting zone. That's asking for trouble.
(12-1) for Team Poland throughout the United Cup. Just the one loss for Hurkacz against Davidovich Fokina.
Not able to get the backhand pass down at the feet of Zverev. This time was Hurkacz, and Sasha made him pay.
Team in red lining it.
Good anticipation once he hits this backhand that it's coming cross court, and he's quick to take it and intercept it. And it's the thank you very much volley winner. Oh, a product of the approach shot and anticipation. You can't touch that one unless you're anticipating the wide serve. That is big and precise from Sasha.
Very different style of holding on to his serve in terms of the number of aces that Hurkacz has compared to Sasha as well. He's almost 50% less.
5 games off.
Quite happy to back up his serve with his ground stroke game. And he has done that very effectively over the opening 10 games here tonight.
Neither player has been able to get to a break point when returning. It's all gone fairly smooth for the servers. Might be heading towards a tiebreaker. Zverev had love 15 last return game and lost that lengthy point when he was trying to get love 30. See if he can do better here. He has. Unforced error gives the first real opening for Zverev on Hurkacz's serve.
And that's the rhythm that Hurkacz likes. You can see bottom left. He likes to hunt his forehand with that third shot. That time, I know, was a little shorter than normal. It was on his backhand. He hasn't had to hit many of them. Was that the difference? It's a great stretch from Zverev.
He missed that by 4 meters. Hurkacz could use a couple good first serves here to bail him out. There's one.
15-13.
Zverev's so tall and has such big wingspan. He doesn't have to guess as frequently as some of the other more standard-sized players on tour. He had a good look at this one. He knows that was there for the taking. Instead, it's 30-all. But here's his chance now. 30-all, second serve. He's going deep to give himself time and try and work this point.
Sasha's going for severe, recognizing the significance of the moment.
Thank you, please. Let's the seventh.
absolute firecracker of a serve. Sasha's done incredibly well to make that back into play and at least force Hurkacz to make the forehand. But 220 Ks out wide. What a luxury.
One thing, when you look at players in the top 15, top 20 in the world, they all have tendencies on big points. And Hurkacz's big tendency is he hits his serves at its hardest on break point. You would think he would make less, but he doesn't. He's clutch. He actually makes more on break points down. It's pretty remarkable. This would be a great escape for Team Poland here. Zverev has had lots of chances, lots of looks. He's played a good game and missed a couple of shots by nothing.
Sublime shot down the line from Hurkacz, survives the break point. And everybody here in Sydney reveling in this team environment. Team Poland 6-5. Set of tennis between two big servers that's had a lot for us to enjoy, savour, analyse. And the first major scare for one of these two in the 11th game.
Couldn't have played the big points better. Hurkacz delivering a monster serve out wide and a forehand to follow. Zverev does get the benefit of the 90-second break after that exertion to reset himself and get ready for a hold of serve and a tie break if things go the right way for him.
Undeniable courage with the way that Hurkacz plays tennis. He sees a shot and he lines up for it, and there is no hesitation.
Time.
What might have been, and perhaps just feeling the inside-out forehand rather than the break point where he had no opportunity. It was just too clean from Hurkacz. Well saved, but he did have a good opportunity to potentially produce a second break point. Zverev looking to shove this opening set into overtime.
Quality volley behind a quality serve. Good technique, racket in front, not much follow through, and a good catch also up in the stands. Nice hands. Looks like another clean kill in the service game for Zverev. Yet to face a break point. But they'll be facing many break points here momentarily, it appears. Tiebreaker coming. Well, what's clear is Zverev is fighting hard. What's also crystal clear is that he needs this first set more than Hurkacz does, because Zverev will be staring down the barrel of 3 sets to survive if he loses this one. Not sure we'll see him in the mixed doubles court today, should they get there. Max Marterer might be ready to go for them. He's been Germany's warrior, no doubt about it. He needs this set.
Got him again with that combination.
Zverev's just got to be careful when he comes in. He can't come in and hit a half volley like that. He doesn't have the feel that Hurkacz has when he comes in. So it's dangerous. If the ball goes down onto the court and he has to hit a half volley here, that's just, it's not going to win. That'll win 1 in 9 or 10. Different story if you've got a guy stretching. Showing some intent, isn't he, to move forward?
1-0.
Again, the height that he has allows him to take that ball on the rise very comfortably. 22 out of 23 first serve points won tonight from Sasha. The last 52 weeks haven't been that successful for either player in breakers. Hurkacz with a 52% success rate in tiebreakers. Sasha under that number at 47%.
I've seen a lot of forehands missed by Hurkacz in key moments like these.
He's found something a little extra there, Hurkacz.
He found the turbo button to get his legs moving to the net, that's for sure. And then we've talked all tournament long about the soft hands of the big man, and here is another prime example of it.
Thank you. Players are ready.
For Team Germany here, though, I would recommend exploring the forehand side of Team Poland and see if it holds up under duress.
You know, there's a lot of tension on down here, and Jim, you're so right. Craig is the most down-to-earth, quiet coach, a confident-looking coach, but just no stress, and he doesn't pass that on to the player. It's fantastic what he does.
You can't see the ulcer, can you?
No. I'm not sure why he's coming in so much, Jim. I just don't think that's his best play. Occasionally, yes, but not 3 times in 6 points.
It's certainly out of character for him to try and force his way in without an advantage and have to take on difficult volleys.
Yep.
And
Pat Rafter, he's not.
Nope, he has other strengths.
Yep, exactly.
And perhaps it's the fatigue, don't know. But in their prior head-to-heads, you would not have seen this type of move, Petch, in these moments.
Yeah, and he's gone to the backhand every time. He has got an incredibly flat backhand. We know Hurkacz, and just maybe he's been a little predictable with that. And Hubie knows it's coming, and he's managed to get it down very effectively.
Hurkacz has just left the team zone after a rather lengthy stay in there with his towel and water. So Zverev has been waiting to serve now for about 30 seconds.
This is like a set point here, this one, almost.
And it's the fatigue that is causing Zverev not just to miss, but also fraying at the edges.
Well, credit to Iga Swiatek for putting Poland in pole position. Credit to Alex de Minaur for keeping Zverev on court for 3 sets last night, too. All of that taking its toll on Zverev's shot-making and decision-making.
6-2.
Played a really good first set, but he's not played the steadiest of tiebreakers, and it's about to come to an end here. Hurkacz serves for it at 6-2.
Some fairly effervescent movement from Zverev off the return. He had to come from a long way behind his baseline.
6-3.
And he's given himself a lifeline.
That was a poor choice by Hurkacz to serve and volley on a second serve there, even with the cushion lead. Zverev is fraying, as you said. They gave him an easy opportunity to get one break back.
The backhand drifts wide, and so do the ambitions for Zverev in the opening set. It is Hurkacz for Team Poland that takes it on the tiebreaker, 7-6. And it couldn't have been a better outcome at the end of the day, Jim, could it be, for Hurkacz? A set that's taken just 3 minutes shy of an hour. It's been a little bit physical between two big servers, and given what this man has endured over the last 24 hours, it is going to be a little harder for him this time around to pick himself up from the canvas.
Yep, definitely agree. That was a difficult set for Sasha. Understandable frustration given when he went to sleep at 5:45 a.m. this morning, and he is furious and frustrated and up against a wall right now. Not entirely of his own making. Here's the first set summary. Great serving from Zverev as ever, nearly 80%. Can't quarrel with the serve numbers. Everything looked pretty good for both of these guys leading into the tiebreaker, but from there, Zverev, he had been winning a very high percentage of net points, but he forced his way in just a little too soon when it wasn't quite there and had to make some difficult volleys, and Hurkacz was able to get some passes when he needed them, and he puts the first set away.
Couple of looks at what was a very attractive opening set. Can become a very serve-dominated affair, but there was a lot of intricacies, a few moments of inspiration. And what it does leave us with just a wonder of how much Zverev has got left in the tank after a set of tennis that was an hour long. That was the pivot point.
Zverev frustrated as he made his way into the team zone, let his racket have it a couple of different times.
Team Germany to serve.
Let's see if he's gathered himself as he's going to lead off the second set. Team Poland, one set away from a United Cup title. And if I was reading the match notes correctly, guys, Team Poland has not won a Billie Jean King Cup / Fed Cup or a Davis Cup, nor have they won the United Cup or any of the team competitions. This would be a first for them in tennis as a nation. It's a good response here from Zverev, and it's awfully nice to have the type of weaponry he has at the start of these points to take a little bit of the stress out of it, the load, the workload out of it. Punch a couple big serves and head to the other side.
We talk about this often, you know, when you've gone through one set that takes over an hour and you've put everything you possibly can into it. Got to be very careful not to start in second gear at the beginning of the second set. He's hit a double fault and loose ground stroke. He needs to finish this game, Zverev, so that he can settle down a little bit again.
He's still simmering over what happened at the end of the first set. Hasn't quite settled in. Can he use that as fuel to get a break of serve? Neither player has done that. No one's gotten to a break point yet. And Hurkacz is just slow rolling him, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and I always give Zverev a lot of credit for this. He is the one player that just follows the rules. I mean, the fact that the rules aren't implemented in terms of walking around after one love is not Hurkacz's problem. He can do what he likes if the umpire doesn't want to call him out. But Sasha is the one that is always ready to go. this is a good start here from Sasha. That's what I was talking about, depth after the Hurkacz first serve, that you can catch him under his shoelaces. And having hit an iceberg at the end of that opening set, Zverev, it's very easy just to drive yourself straight through the North Pole to finish the job. But he has picked himself up. And he's doing what he can. But there is nothing you can do about that. 8th ace for Hurkacz. To do a lot of racket work there to finish off that shot with the one stroke. Very impressive.
You know, he appears to anticipate really well, this big guy. He's halfway there before Sasha finishes his shot. He reads this pass beautifully. He's done it on some ground strokes too, where he's half a step towards the target before. He just reads it nicely. Made that look easy.
Swiatek was in a tussle with Angie Kerber. It was 3-all in the opening set. She had some break points she had to save, and then she just went on a run and did not lose another game to give Poland the 1-0 lead. She looks to be in the type of form that might lead to her first Australian Open title. Time will tell. It's looking more and more likely that it might lead to a United Cup title right here tonight. She's done her part so far, that's for sure. Still available for the mixed doubles if needed. Terrific 1-2 from Zverev. Favorite forehand is cross-court, and he shows you why. Absolutely laces this one with topspin. Good flat return is low, and he thumps it.
Not easy to redirect from down there for somebody like Hurkacz. And Zverev secures a 2-1 lead in the second set.
Kom. Tak. Как это игры? Каким образом? Я понимаю, как ты проиграл первый сет? Так. Behindert hätte sein. Wir haben die falschen markiert.
Now, you may not understand it, but you can understand the friction that's going on at the moment. He's looking for solutions and can't find them. Is there another way? And just maybe at this stage, it is Hurkacz that's having the better things. This is the way that Zverev has been returning, and there's not one way, just one way to play this game. You can see Sasha on the first serve return is a lot closer to the baseline. He's dropped back, letting the air come out of the ball for the second serve, but it hasn't really enabled him to get into Hurkacz's second serve. This is Hurkacz, as you can see. He does the more traditional move where he closes it down, tries to take the ball on the rise. You can see the second yellow line of balls is a lot higher than the red one where he's returning that first serve. So he's the one that's trying to take time away. Sasha's trying to build pressure with the quantity of returns. Very little between these two, and many different ways to try and be successful on a tennis court. Would you like to see him coming, Jim, or do you think he's doing the right thing by staying deep?
Look, I think that when you're not having success, you've got to be willing to make adjustments and try different things and see if you can get a different result in the second serves. Right now, he's not damaging Hurkacz. Hurkacz is winning a very high percentage of those. So yeah, I think the information that you just showed us would indicate he should try something different. Come forward and attack the second serve. He's certainly tall enough to handle the kick serve bouncing up high.
Phenomenal.
You know, Hologic says to me that before the start of this match, if they're both fresh on an even keel, you'd think that his ground stroke game would be a little bit too heavy for Hurkacz. Hologic says that to me, but by coming in a lot, it means in his own mind he's not sure he's winning enough from back there. Either that or he is a bit sore and tired, but I would have thought he wouldn't be afraid to stay back with Hubie. Just got to get his serve back.
40.
Did a good job of blunting the power with the block return, got himself involved.
I'm still thinking he's a percentage point or two off, though, from the back of the court. I mean, you don't see him do that too often. Nearly whiffed it.
A couple of years ago, Zverev announced to the world something he'd known since he was 3 years old. He was stage 1 diabetic, and he'd been quietly injecting insulin for years and years and years as needed, but not on court, doing it during bathroom breaks, kind of hiding it in a way. But has since announced it, wants to inspire other people that suffer from diabetes, that they can do great things, be among the great athletes in the world. Bit of an ambassador, if you will. Like, we may not have a fuel gauge, but he has an insulin gauge that he monitors religiously.
13 love.
And not unusual these days to see him inject himself with insulin on a change of ends.
Flamboyant, and he's done a very nice job of managing his own emotions while containing Hurkacz in these opening 5 games of the second set.
Okay, come on, up. Very good. Up.
Timed that to perfection, the jump, glide, hit. Talking about weight of shot off the ground as Fitzy was. There it was on the backhand side, opened the door up for that moment. Sampras-esque. It's not always about the velocity. The vision was very nice. also embodies a lot of what Zverev does extremely well between the lines of a tennis court. He competes. He doesn't often dilute his success on a tennis court by beating himself. No matter the stresses and strains that he's been through, there's a lot of narrative still swirling around about his second serve, but he's only averaged 2 double faults a match in the last 52 weeks. We perhaps can shelve that for a while and bookmark it and come back to it. There are others out there that serve a lot more than he does. He's been secure in that department. He's applied a little bit of pressure on the return. Can he find a way to shift this match to his advantage?
Zverev shouting, "What else?" It's all sort of stacked up on him. The build up to this match, everything that he's gone through the last few days to get Germany into this round, it's taken its toll. He's mentally a little bit cracked at the moment, because that shouldn't have bothered him that much. That happens in virtually every match. Something like that. Oh, what a laser. Absolute flash down the line. Whether that was driven by anger or just by the opening, doesn't matter. It was as good as you can ever see a backhand.
Is Zverev's patience going to be given its reward?
Thank you.
The opening is here. He's been striving for.
Absolute magic from Hurkacz there. Zverev grinding, stretching, forcing Hurkacz to hit shot after shot. And Hubie delivers with the soft hands again.
Kept asking Hurkacz to produce the receipts, didn't he? Hurkacz had them. that the exhale game that Hurkacz needed?
Well, here comes certainly a dangerous game for Zverev, given the physical and mental exertion he used to try and secure that break of serve. Now he has to defend his own. This will be a test of his will and concentration.
Dirty luck.
That's answering the bell in a big way from Zverev. Precise, purposeful, and pain-free so far in this game.
And that trend continues. And with the finishing line of this second set coming into view, just a burst of energy from the German, 4-3.
Come on. Let's go, come on.
It's been great to see Angie Kerber back. There's been some very good moments from her, particularly in the opening set. There's also been some tough sets for her. Her loss to Zachary, and then maybe the second set just giving her pause for thought. She'll be moving on to Melbourne. Zverev Senior not having to act so much as an absorber of the stress that Sasha was feeling earlier in the set. That time that was a little bit more thoughtful and productive as a conversation between dad and son. Hurkacz will be looking to replicate what Zverev has just delivered. Doesn't want another stressful service game like he just had. He may not get that luxury.
I love 15.
Zverev continues to excel at making first serves, serving almost 80% first serves in play for the match. Hurkacz far below that, down at 60%. giving Sasha chances to just peer into these service games a bit more. That's a ridiculous pass. My goodness, there was nowhere else Hurkacz could have possibly gotten an advantage on with that pass, given the quality of the approach. That was spectacular touch. Take a look at this. He hits this ball behind him, Petch. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and as a natural two-hander to come up with a one-handed shot like that in that moment.
15 all, not love 30 due to that. Amazing. And then that snuffs out a little bit of hope. 30-15 with that ace catching the outside edge of the line, it appears.
Just backing on what Jim said right at the start, when there is a bit of a threat at times for Hurkacz, you just find something a little bit more bigger, faster on the serve. 219. He has actually dropped off about 8 kilometers an hour on his first serve in this second set. Dropped 6 on the second as well. At 219 followed by 211 can rescue a lot of difficult.
He just dropped the hammer. That's what he did. These guys are two of the best first serves in men's tennis. Who else is in the conversation, Fitzy, Petch? Give me a couple names to look at. Not all at once.
I'm still admiring this first serve.
Subtle and sweet from Zverev. Circling back, I like Taylor Fritz's first serve. Tsitsipas has an excellent first serve.
Berrettini's any good?
Yeah, he's just been away for a while. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll throw Novak Djokovic's in there these days.
Be rude not to.
Yeah. And of course, Daniil Medvedev.
I like the way Hurkacz hits his second serve. I think he could base more of his game around that. You know, there's a lot of guys that just go for the line, bang, on the first serve all the time.
You know what else is out of sight, out of mind, a pretty good server is Nick Kyrgios. Not going to see him on the court, sadly, here in the Aussie summer, but we're seeing two of the best serves currently in men's tennis, and no one's broken yet. 5-4 Zverev. All quiet in the team zone of Germany right now. Pretty calm in Team Poland's zone as well. Hurkacz has to come out and serve to stay in the set, but Iga Swiatek has put them in a great position. They lead 1-0 in matches here. One more needed.
Let's look at both of the players in slow motion. Zverev's forehand, lovely contact point out in front.
Time.
Going to be interesting to see what is the great separator in this second set. There was a couple of perhaps ill-advised forays into the net for Zverev in the opening set breaker that ended up being the differential. But the pressure just ratcheting up for Hurkacz as he tries to put Poland over the finishing line and claim the United Cup. It's not far away, potentially.
That was an interesting little bit of subtle skill.
It's almost sorcery, Fitzy.
Well, he saw him coming in, and interesting, yeah. If he'd come over that forehand like a regular topspin forehand, he would have been a lot easier to read there. Nice.
Remarkable. Well, we talked about a couple of ill-advised, perhaps, forays into the net, but this is just excellence personified from Hurkacz. And that's about the third time on that double-hander he has come up with something a little special.
30-15.
And lurking just around the corner after a point like that as well is one of those.
How often does he hit an ace on the third point of a game? He might be under the pump, but at 15-all he just serves an ace to get ahead. Tell you what, he's up for it here, though, Zverev. His body language is very forthright.
This ball catches a line from Hurkacz and he forces his way forward, but that was not good direction on that approach. And Zverev's two-hander is too good to let him get away with that. Big moment here. Zverev within 2 points of sending this into a deciding set, if he can string them together. It's a bit soul-crushing for a returner to work that hard to get to 15-all and then 30-all, and then the serve just erases the strain for Hurkacz again and again. Look at that.
Once again, it's the first serve that delivers the hurt. How much pain can Zverev take?
5 games off.
We've seen some emotion from Zverev today at times. Saw some at the end of that point from Hurkacz, angry that he's flailed another forehand long as he tries to get anything going to put some pressure on Sasha's serve. Yet to get to break point is Hurkacz.
And the first sign of genuine wear and tear, perhaps, for the German, who was cramping at the back end of the epic mixed doubles last night against Australia.
50-0. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Thought he nearly stumbled there, Petch, after the serve.
Yeah, there was pain etched on his face at the end of the run for the drop shot.
There'll be another wind there, a second, third wind. Yeah, he is sore though, or he certainly looks sore this game.
Well, perhaps physically just feeling a little undertow for the first time, but boy, oh boy, his passion and desire is unconditional, and it overrides it. 6-5, Team Germany, second set. And again, the difference for Sasha on the return when Hurkacz is patrolling inside the baseline is how quickly he's got to get out of his serve position, a hustle to get over there for that return. And that was magnificent. A roar of self-approval for the German. The light has gone, but Zverev's hopes have not diminished like the sunlight here in Sydney.
Time!
The cheers for both teams cascading down the stadium sides, and the echo is felt by everyone. And will that last forehand reverberate around the stadium and also be the infusion of inspiration, Jim, that Sasha needs? That's been impressive.
It's been so impressive to see him just will himself into this position, clearly not feeling his very best, but fighting as he always does, leading 6-5 in the second. Looking like we're heading to another set-ending tiebreaker. Hurkacz opens up with his 15th ace of the match. Hurkacz and Team Poland went coast to coast when they traveled from Perth to Sydney, and he had to go coast to coast in that point a few different times. Good aggressive ground stroking from the German. Didn't ace him at 15 all. It's just the 5th unforced error for Zverev. He's played excellent this set. 15 clean winners against only 5 unforced, but that's a painful one. Long time for it. Could have had 15-30.
Writes a different script this time. Comes in on that two-hander. Often has had to play it off his shoelaces. This one was at a comfortable height.
Yeah, it makes a world of difference if you get that ball low to his ankles. Big difference. If it's up high there, he's okay.
Played the pressure points better, Hurkacz, because he's had to. He's been under pressure more often. He hasn't carved out a break point in this match yet.
30-14.
This, however, is Zverev's 4th, and it is a set point.
Thank you. Players are ready, please. Thank you. Please.
What a courageous second serve, and Zverev took dead aim down the line. There was available space. He just couldn't land it. That was a gutsy serve.
Capital G. Might as well use your best shot.
And that's how far Zverev was from sitting down a set even. We'll get another set point.
Team Germany.
He's been breathing harder himself this game, Movie, and why wouldn't he be? He's feeling the pressure this game.
Thank you. Let's
First break point he faced in the opening set, he hit a let going for the tee serve. And then when he came for the next first serve to follow, he went big wide and got the job done. Let's see where he goes here.
Spellbinding.
All that got from Craig Boynton was a slight wink. That's all he gave him.
He's got high standards, Craig.
How was that for a clutch point?
Zverev asked all the right questions. He forced Hurkacz to keep coming up with shots, and he did.
Sensational from Sasha. Box office entertainment. Had to be a winner. He was out of position. He wasn't getting back from there.
Full team on their feet. His mixed doubles partner from last night, Laura Siegemund, she's standing just at the entrance to the door, right next to her dad. And she watches that third set point go missing. 215K on the ace. What a game this has turned into. There's Laura. Hoping to get a chance to play a deciding mixed doubles match. They saved match points last night. There's Iga watching from inside.
Barely watching.
It's heart in your throat stuff. Oh my goodness, that didn't make it over the net by much. Hurkacz living on the edge.
Team Poland.
Killed it stone cold.
Thank you.
No way. No way.
Six games all. Tie break.
This unique competition, the United Cup, has thrown up some memorable moments, some of the best, I think, even when we look back at the end of the year. Laura Siegemund's match point save lob in the mixed doubles against Team Australia last night was something else, as was that hold of serve from Hurkacz.
Thank you.
What are we seeing from Hurkacz here? Talk about lifting at the right moment.
Yeah, Jim, he's so good at getting the ball low, and if you get it low to Sasha, he can't penetrate with the volley as well. Anything above the net he can put away, but when it's low here, it drops low, he can't do enough with it.
Still wasn't an easy forehand to thread down the line. That is right through the eye of the needle. And Zverev's long levers and wingspan needed to be good, and it was better than that. Replay of the first set breaker.
Team Holland.
You've got to work out what was good in the original, haven't you, to make a good sequel, and that's what Hurkacz has done in the opening couple of points.
Please.
In the eye of the storm, he has threaded the needle once again. Sasha needs to get in the mix early.
Team Holland.
He was loitering on the edge of the emotional abyss at the start of this second set. He's done incredibly well to purge that anger and focus and play as well as he has all the way through this second. Still all to play for.
Two all. Team Germany.
Wasn't his best serve. Didn't hit a spot. Wasn't particularly fast for his standard, but Zverev nearly whiffed it. So they'll switch sides level at 3.
That was strange, wasn't it? Almost like his arm didn't move fast enough. Winning this set's one thing, Jim and Petch, but gee, if he wins this, he's got to win another.
Well, there'll be some achievement if he can win this. But he has been desire personified. On the other side of the net, Hurkacz's performance has had high artistic merit. Who is going to prevail in this second set breaker?
He missed it.
4-3.
What an opportunity lost there. Opted to let it bounce, which is wise. We've seen lots of players struggle with the lattice work above Ken Rosewall Arena here. It's intricate. Easy to lose the ball. Gave himself time, but just overplayed it. Still on serve, but boy, that feels like a big loss for Team Germany.
Thank you.
Pure, undiluted entertainment for these fans.
5-3.
And no generosity on the other side of the net. Doesn't repay the favour he just received. Clinical, closing in on the win.
Team Poland.
Clutch serve from Zverev, but it's Hurkacz in command now. Two serves to close it out, if he can get it done.
Thank you. Please.
A forehand that is produced beautifully, and it exports misery for Zverev.
6-4.
It's a shot that failed him miserably in tie breaks at this competition and the Australian Open just 1 year ago, but it's put him on the brink. It's held up beautifully in the cauldron of pressure.
Thank you.
He's made it. A quite amazing shot from Zverev.
Team Poland.
Look at that. And that is what separates Poland from being champions of the United Cup.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
But it is still United Cup point.
Let's the service.
Saved match points last night in the mixed doubles. Zverev a part of that team with Laura Siegemund against the Australians and came out on the other side a winner. Saves 2 championship points in the first one, as dramatic as it gets. Hurkacz was a little conservative with the approach, didn't hit his spot, but this was a brutally difficult pass with very little chance of success. Amazing.
More out than in. But it is the shot that keeps Team Germany in with a chance.
Quite unhappy with the amount of time that Hurkacz has been taking as they've changed ends. Let him feel it and hear it. It's 6-all.
Team Germany.
A performance full of valor. A valiant effort from Zverev. And if he could grab this point, he still may be victorious.
Let's the service.
I think he can't hear them. The roof has just come off at Kerber as well. He's earned his reward for everything that he invested in that second set. And to a third we go. What a stunning turn of events, Jim.
Everybody exhale. That was an incredible view on what finish line pressure looks like. Zverev held strong that first passing shot, down 6-4 in the tiebreak. It was everything. It extended it. Hurkacz, I think, believed it was over. And he came to the net, and then the unforced errors came 3 in a row, and that was that. Can you believe we're going to a third set? It's hard to. Sasha Zverev showed us a lot of guts there. Sticking to it, serving well when he needed to, but more than anything, just hanging in there like a loose tooth and eventually getting what he needed.
Fitzy, how well did Zverev stick to his task in that second set?
Well, he did. You know, that's what you get when your back's against the wall. You find out a guy's character, and he deserves all of the accolades we give him right now. But he's got another set to go. You know, he's actually just gone off the court for a second, but that was finish line pressure, as Jim said. We've all felt it.
Well, a few highlights from what was a truly remarkable second set between these two players.
Well, Zverev got the better end of most of the set, putting pressure on Hurkacz's serve, but unable to break. But then Hurkacz, he puts Zverev under extreme pressure. 2 championship points. Zverev delivered a truly memorable passing shot to save the first one, and then 3 successive unforced errors gives Laura Siegemund hope that she might still get some court time tonight and give Germany a chance to win the United Cup.
I don't have the monitor with the stats in front of me here on the side of the court, but it seemed to me that Hubie's first serve disappeared a bit. He didn't make enough when he really needed them, and then he had to play too many points from the back of the court. And on the swap side, when he was in the rally, he didn't really go for the lines. He played a little conservatively, wanted to move forward, but then when he came in, he was under pressure. So it's game on.
Yep, and you don't need to go to the opticians come Monday as well. You're absolutely right with the eye test there as well, Fitzy. 2 out of 9 first serves made from Hubie Hurkacz in that breaker was his undoing in the end. As close as he got, he just couldn't close the door on Zverev.
If he'd made 4, certainly 5, but if he'd made 4, he would have won that probably. So therein lies the issue. He's got to get back to work.
Team Poland to serve.
Zverev's rallied with a bit of pure sizzle. What have we got in store in this third set?
It's such a world of difference starting a set after coming through that amazing, immense amount of pressure that both players just faced. Players are more relaxed. There are fewer fans in the stands because they've stepped out to grab a drink, maybe a bite of food, and hit their reset button. But Hurkacz would love to have been able to replicate what he feels in his body right now in that tiebreak. But the tension was unmistakable. 3 consecutive unforced errors after the remarkable pass from Zverev.
40-15.
But this is where Craig Boyton, Hubie's coach, is going to have to earn his money. He's going to have to remind Hubie that he still has the physical advantage here, even if psychologically there's a little bit of scar tissue from what just happened.
Back in the groove on serve.
And I think he has to keep reminding himself, and I'm sure Craig is reminding him, he will be the fresher. He'll be the fresher of the 2 athletes. If he can just keep his nose in front by serving first, his opportunity will come, Hurkacz. And this man just has to keep hanging in there, physically. One heck of an effort to still be here.
And I think he's just guarding against cramping here because Zverev has already taken on water, not something you often see him doing at 1-love in a set.
How's the humidity down there, Fitzy?
It's not bad at all, actually. Sydney is a little more humid generally than Melbourne, but it doesn't feel too humid at all tonight. Certainly not too warm.
A couple different ways that an athlete can cramp up. One is from just flat fatigue. Another way is from nerves. But the most damaging one is from dehydration. And that's good news. It's not too humid out there for Sasha.
Hubie's still showing some anguish about what's just transpired. He's frowning, still thinking about the previous tiebreaker. He's got to get that out of his head.
And as Jim said, this would be a pretty big piece, a slice of history for Team Poland if they were to win it. Be a huge moment for them, and he is now perhaps on the edge of heartbreak. He was moments ago on the edge of history, claiming it for them. He's got to manage that throughout the course of this final set.
Not just Hubie, it's also Iga Swiatek who has to reconsider things. She thought she was going to be lifting a trophy right about now. Instead, she might be getting ready to play a mixed doubles match if Hurkacz can't find his way to the winner's circle here. So everyone needs to ponder. Laura Siegemund in Germany, Max Marder, who might step in and play doubles instead of Zverev. Can't imagine Zverev would have the energy to come back for a mixed doubles match after this and going to sleep at 5 a.m. this morning. Hard to see that, but only he knows. First things first, he has to win this set, Fitz.
Both these two have burnt a lot of rubber.
These new balls are flying a little bit. They affected Hubie on the first 3 points. Jimmy, I would have thought that he would have to play mixed doubles, wouldn't he, for them to have a chance? Maybe not, but he said the other day, if it's on the line, he's playing. I guess his body will let us know. See, right now Hubie should be looking at him.
He's having a look, don't worry.
Took him a while.
He's not going anywhere fast, Fitzy. He may not get up from that position.
This is where the serve clock is going to come in awfully handy for Zverev. He can see that it's just started. There's 25 seconds. Actually, it hasn't even started.
Just restarted it as he walked through the baseline.
So he can work this clock and grab some very valuable time. Rest up, try and deliver one serve, and if he's too tired to try and break serve, he can let that game go. Energy management's going to be key for him. Serve clock down to 2, perfectly done. And now he can take another 20 seconds if he needs to. No serve clock between a first and second serve.
Explain to me, Jim, how he got close to 40 seconds there.
The serve clock doesn't start until the chair umpire calls score, and after lengthy points, the chair umpires wait for the crowd noise to dissipate.
Come on.
And they typically, if a player is at the net, they wait for them to get to the baseline to start the clock.
Amazing to me. This is a physical game. That's part of the deal. How is that possible?
It's a suggestion clock, not a shot clock.
I got a little empathy for Zverev, having gone to sleep at what time did he say? 5:45 a.m. this morning? Having finished his mixed doubles match last night, I think a little leniency actually, in spite of, in view of all those facts, is maybe warranted.
Yeah, we'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
Fair Dick. I'm glad I'm not your child.
Interesting rhythm of this final set, Jim, because obviously he's going to have to serve and then he's going to be returning. He's not going to get that lengthy kind of rest at the changeover. He's going to get that luxury before he serves. Be interesting to see how much effort he puts in here again.
Based on what we're seeing, he shouldn't put any effort into this game. He should just miss this return and move along. Zverev's job right now is to just hang on for dear life until he gets that next burst of energy.
Is it inevitable he gets that?
It's likely.
Hurkacz uncorks his 19th ace of the match. 2-1, final set. There's been a kaleidoscope of shot making and there is a kaleidoscope of colour at Vivid Sydney. It began in 2009, a 3-week festival. Tell you what, there's cities that you like to go for 3 weeks and there's others that you wouldn't. You definitely want to come to Sydney. Sydney Harbour, absolutely spectacular when it's lit up and the surrounding areas. A couple of million people attended Vivid Sydney every year, and the 2024 edition is set to take place in about 5 months at the end of May, the 24th of May to the 15th of June, if you want to come and sample a little bit of Vivid Sydney. Germany still somehow in this. One thing that has been crystal clear tonight, Jim, is that Sasha Zverev does not want to go down as a footnote in Dominic Thiem's autobiography. He doesn't want to be the thing that he's remembered for. 2 sets to love up in the final of the US Open back in 2020. Thiem, the first man in the Open era at the US Open to come from 2 sets to love down in a US Open final. First final to be decided in that 5th set tiebreak, and of course Zverev serving for it at 5-3. He's desperate for a maiden major, as is this man.
2 top 10 players right here, locking horns. Not much between them right now. Hurkacz been a semi-finalist at Wimbledon. The last man to beat Roger Federer in a singles match, beat Federer in the quarterfinals, and that one as Federer's knee finally gave way and Hurkacz put him away. Can he put Zverev away is the question of this evening. What kind of energy levels does Sasha have to hold serve here? I don't know what Zverev's schedule next week is, but it most likely is going to involve 2 days off to recover from his exertion here at the United Cup. He's going to need some time to recover from this. Understandably, Team Poland's captain Thomas Witgrowski encouraging Hubie to keep playing those types of points. Of course, he'd love to. A lot of that depends on whether Zverev makes a first serve or not.
Out. 30-15.
Factions may well decide who finishes first. An animated example of that. 2 less Cubans and that would have been in. One of the most interesting stats for Sasha's career when I watch him play, because I think his endurance levels, Jim, are phenomenal. I kind of feel as though best of 5 should be a territory and a habitat that he excels in. But when you look at his record against top 5 players, in best of 3 matches, matches that could go to a 3rd set, they don't all go to a 3rd set, but in matches that could go to a 3rd set, against top 5 players, he's won 24 and he's lost 27. It's a pretty respectable number by anyone's metric. And they continue to entertain. And they continue to excel. And this man continues to surprise us.
He does, and he's pushing Hurkacz here mentally, because Hubie's frustrated. I mean, he played a perfect shot there, and that was a volley that could have, you never know what could come off Zverev's racket there, but he made a beauty just to get out of trouble. He is struggling physically, but he's continuing to push. Hubie needs to keep his head here. Frustration starting to show a bit on him. This is really dangerous now.
And the fortune changing as well. And just as Hubie walks over to his towel and circle back to that forehead, against top 5 players for Sasha in matches that could go to a best of 5, they haven't all gone to a best of 5. He's 0 for 11. It's kind of wild.
Surprising.
You would have thought the relentless nature of his serving, his ability to extend rallies, would make him more problematic in those moments. Hurkacz needing to dig deep.
14-6.
Just a touch of deceleration on that two-hander that time from Hurkacz. Nerves swirling around on both sides of the net.
With a player who's broken serve yet, Zverev's had plenty of opportunity, not able to get over the line yet, but now is another one of those times to spend whatever precious energy he has to try and generate that break. Missed that one. And he knows these chances are so fleeting. And the energy is depleting. So how do you spend it wisely?
Still can't find that elusive break. Hurkacz hangs on midway through the final set. 3-2, Team Poland. These are such big matches, you feel, for Hurkacz in terms of his own character as well. When things are going his way and he's playing lights-out tennis, he is an absolute handful, but at times there's been a little brittleness about his tennis in some of the big moments. Some of that can be attributed to his style. It is quite high risk with the flatter shots. Doesn't have that margin built into it, like Rafa. And one of the reasons as well that Craig Boynton has accepted the fact that Hubie is going to have a lot of deciding set matches, a lot of fluctuations. Just interesting there, Craig, chatting to Hubie. I mean, I'm interested to know what sort of tactics they're contemplating, because it's been fairly relentless in terms of the style from both sides of the net.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to kind of look at one area where he could maybe, he's making some inroads now, it's on Sasha's second serve. I mean, with the first serve of Zverev, you basically have to pick your spots and kind of lean to one corner or the other and hope you get a couple right in a single game and maybe land some quick blows and get ahead in the count. He still hasn't gotten to break point, so it's worth taking some chances when the first serve is coming, guessing and looking for it. All he needs is one break, the way he's been serving and hanging in there, you would think. I mean, who knows? All he needed was a couple of good serves in the tiebreaker to finish this thing off too, so there could be a lot of twists and turns, but now would be a good time for Team Poland to take some chances when returning, in my view. What they're doing has not worked thus far.
Yeah, this is a poor game, isn't it? I wanted to say before the game started, he's also got to show some positive body language here, because there's been too much negative body language, I think, since he lost that second set. And that gives the opponent who's struggling physically just a little bit of hope. You've got to, okay, try and get up in the game, but even so, positive body language. Show the other guy you're still fit and strong and want this thing.
Was not definitely the plan that Craig Boynton had before Hurkacz went out there. Bit of a zookeeper's bucket of a return game there from Hurkacz.
Is that similar to dog's breakfast?
It was a bit of a mess. He's going to need to recover his poise, and he's got the help, of course, of his first serve. Great panoramic view of the court there that Zverev seemed to have. Narrowed his vision down there and absolutely arrowed one in behind Hurkacz, who was drifting to his backhand side. One of the most astonishing points of the match. Depth control from Zverev, and then he hits the line with the next one cross court.
There's a lot of anxiety on Hubi's face here too. He's worried now. He feels like he's got something to lose here. Zverev might be trying to make his move.
Crowbarring the door open here, the German.
Well, the benefit for Sasha of Hubi really handing him the hold of serve a game prior is that he didn't have to spend a lot of energy or stress to get it done. So he can go after this game if he can get into the rally. Which continues to be problematic.
40-13.
He's not quite, Hurkacz is not quite playing to the level he was, is he? It doesn't seem that to me here. He's dropped off a fraction. It's very dangerous. And to Zverev's credit, boy, is he hanging in.
Well,
Hurkacz's racket is gone. And if he loses the next point, potentially the chance as well. A stroke of sheer genius from Zverev. He has flushed that out of the middle of the racket.
That's a dangerous toss towards a ball kid.
Very dangerous, Jim.
That's a defaultable situation. If you hit a ball kid with a racket, you are done and dusted.
Crazy.
Got to be careful with that one, and he's got to be careful with this point.
Astonishing scenes here in Sydney. Zverev, for the first time, moves ahead with the break in the final set, 4-3.
Germany leads 4 minutes to 3.
He looks more composed. He looks more together, Jim.
He is. He survived that second set tiebreaker and came out with a new lease on life. Not new energy. He's been gassed in this set, and he's had to manage his emotions and energy. But Hurkacz has not been able to handle the emotions. This really just a reflection of the match points that came and went in the second set that had just been bubbling up inside of Hurkacz. The frustration of not being able to close out what would have been a magnificent moment for him and for his nation.
Craig trying to find a solution, trying to calm down Hubie. He knows his temperament so well as Zverev is putting the energy in that system. And Jim, you know better than anyone else, courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the ability to act in spite of it, and that is something we've seen from Zverev in the past.
Didn't John Wayne say that?
Yeah, I think he did.
I believe that's a quote from John Wayne, and it's absolutely a fact. And Zverev, there's a lot to admire about his effort here tonight. It's been very easy for him to accept defeat, given the effort he had to do early into the morning just to get Team Germany here alongside Laura Siegemund. Having lost his singles to Alex de Minaur, he came right back out against Team Australia, survived match points in that mixed doubles to give them a chance today. And he needs to win this match to keep that chance alive. And he is in position to do so now with the break in hand.
You know too that there'll be this mysterious bit of extra energy he gets now. This will be like his third wind. Once you get up a break, you start believing, a bit of adrenaline, you feel a little better.
Short sprint home from here for Zverev.
To me, Jim, Hubie's played a little bit like he's got something to lose in this third set, and in the tiebreaker, he didn't play to win enough. I don't think it's easier said than done, isn't it? Because they're the tough moments you have to face. But this third set, he hasn't been as good, I don't think.
Zverev, it seems, will not be denied.
40-15. Germany leads 5 games to 3.
Stars are seemingly aligning for Germany's biggest star.
Psychology in sport, huh?
Yep.
You know, when now he feels like he's got less to lose, he's going for the lines.
Go. Is this the final time they change ends in an extraordinary night in Sydney? 2 hours and 51 minutes. Zverev will serve for the win. Well, while we are allowed to just take a little bit of a breath, we're going to go over to Taronga Zoo, located on the northern banks of Sydney Harbour. Indigenous word for beautiful water view, and there is no doubt about that. Views back towards the Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, established over in 1916. And as you can see from these wonderful pictures, a very special place to go. 20 minutes west of there, this is where the action is at in Sydney. Craig hits the target, can Hurkacz. He needs to retrieve the situation down the break. He had some roller coaster matches last year. Marseille saved a match point against Imer before going on to win the title. He saved 5 against Kokonakis in Miami. Laszlo Djere saved a match point in Monte Carlo, had 1 against Alcaraz, didn't beat him in Cincinnati, saved 1 against Rublev on his way to winning the championship in Shanghai. He's lost a couple tonight. Can Zverev rock the belief of Team Poland?
Thank you.
Will the United Cup come down to the mixed doubles?
Thank you.
Go!
15 love. Thank you, everybody. Vibration warning.
Just trying to calm everything down. Right now, Craig trying to find the significant in the insignificant to try and calm the ship. Turmoil inside the mind of Hurkacz. As a win that looked assured in the second set is slipping through his fingers. The sun may well have set here in Sydney, but not, it appears, on Team Germany's challenge. The resurrection almost complete.
Thank you. Please.
The silence will underscore the moment.
These moments are what it's all about, Mark, though, isn't it? I mean, what a contest.
Dalibor Sorolla, his fitness coach, will be pretty thrilled with how Zverev has survived this. 2 hours, 59 minutes, one stroke away again. Quite extraordinary evening here in Sydney. Zverev wins, and the United Cup will be decided on the mixed doubles. Two United Cup points came and went for Team Poland. Deep disappointment for Hurkacz, respect for Zverev's effort. John Fitzgerald, that was a remarkable performance.
Yeah, respect, absolutely. That takes a lot of character to come back there like that. Down match point, not just down match points, that's just a small part of it. That's physical. It's commitment, and it's wanting to win. He'll remember this win. This will be etched in his memory for a while. And in fact, it can have a big influence over the next few months.
A milestone moment potentially for Zverev, and somehow he has flipped the script. Team Germany celebrate. Some discussions potentially about who will play the mixed. My sense is that Sasha is going to come out. Sensational. A bit of German greatness for you. And heartbreak for Hubie, John.
Well, it was, and he was a bit distraught at the end. He handled it well in the end. I just thought he took the foot off the accelerator to a degree. Easy to sit here and say that because there's tension, and you've got to be able to perform with a glass arm sometimes under that tension. But I think he played the third set maybe worse than the first two. I thought he just didn't go for enough in the third set, Mark. He just played a bit conservatively, played like he had something to lose in a way. So he's got to learn from it. He's knocking on the door of these big matches.
Let's hear from Jim and Sasha.
Sasha, about 1 hour ago, Hubert had 2 championship points, which would have given them the United Cup, and you denied him those points, and now you're standing here the winner. How in the world did you win this match tonight?
I have absolutely no idea. I mean, also, I saved the match point hitting a passing shot this much on the line, so this is how tennis goes sometimes. You know, you win and lose by millimeters sometimes, and today I was lucky enough in a way, but obviously it's not over yet. We still have a mixed doubles to play, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
So last night and early this morning, you played singles and mixed doubles for Germany. You finished very late. I heard you went to sleep around 5:45 this morning. How deep did you dig to get through this match physically and mentally?
Yeah, I mean, I was exhausted. In the middle of the second set, I was already exhausted, and the third set, I was hanging on a lot of the times, and somehow got the break. But yeah, obviously mentally extremely and physically extremely difficult, because playing 3 days in a row, you know, singles and mixed, is tough. And yeah, I'm happy that we're in this position now. We have one more match to play to decide it all, and we'll see how that goes.
And are we going to see you out here for the mixed doubles?
Sorry?
Will we see you playing in the mixed doubles?
I don't know yet. We'll see.
All right, well, we're going to say a big congratulations. Go get some rest. You have a big decision ahead of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Sasha Zverev.
Reputations are made on nights like this. Sasha's girlfriend, I mean, how proud she will be, and all the teammates that he has at times carried. Laura Sigerman saving them the other night on one of the 2 match points. They were down against Team Australia with one of the most flamboyant, extravagant lobs that you will ever see. And as Sasha said, this game at times is heartbreak city. A shot that burned the outside of the line. It could have equally missed, and Team Poland would have been champions, but they have to go through the rigors of potentially getting it done now in the mixed doubles. Will he be back? The odds are pretty favourable that he will be back. He is by far the strongest player out of the German men. And those are the numbers. But on a night like tonight, numbers seemingly just for accountants, because I don't really tell you the story of what just happened there. The visceral emotions that the 2 players had, but not just that. The audience within this Ken Rosewall Arena will go back and away and talk about what unfolded over the last 3 hours for a very long time. Iga got Team Poland off to a win. It was a little tricky in the opening 7 games, and then motored away. Another 6-love set to add to her resume. They have looked very strong in the mixed doubles. Mixed doubles will be coming up shortly.
Please welcome, representing Germany, Laura Siegmund and Alexander Zverev. Please welcome, representing Poland, Hurkacz.
Once again on the Rod Laver Arena, excuse me, the Ken Rosewell Arena. Let's start again, shall we? It is the late show here. Great to have you with us for the final match of the United Cup 2024. This is the way that we get the season off and running these days. Of course, there are tournaments all across this region in Brisbane, Adelaide and Auckland. But this is the marquee event. And Germany really have the nickname of the comeback kids. They've just been quite extraordinary. They've just refused to buckle. And once again, we are going to go late into the night and the early hours as this tie will be decided. It currently sits at 1 match apiece. So it's time for the mixed doubles, as it has been so often here in Sydney and also in Perth as well during the group stages and quarterfinals. Everyone is a little patched up. There's been a lot of tennis in a rather intense block of time.
Okay, these young ladies are going to help us with the coin toss. Jolie? All right, we'll just do some photos first, I think, and then we'll do the coin tosses. Yeah, thanks.
John
Just
Blom
look that way, girls.
in the chair for this one.
And girls, come here, and we'll just do the players, yeah? Just players? Yeah. Girls? No, come here. All right, Iga, would you like to call? We have Yvonne Goolagong or AO. Yvonne, so all yours, Jolie. Oh. AO, your call, Germany. Receive. Okay.
Don't know if you caught that, Jamie winning the toss and electing to receive. Well, behind the scenes, I have to say, it was a rather deflated Polish team having to pick themselves up now after Hurkacz had a couple of United Cup points, match points to take the title for Team Poland. But they have another opportunity here. But the Germans very difficult to get away. They've used quite a lot of their 9 lives. Don't forget they're runners-up in that Group D. I'm Sam Smith, and shortly I will be joined by John Fitzgerald. We've done a few mix together over the course of this week, but in the meantime I will introduce you to Laura Siegmund, who was one of the stars of last night against with the win against the Aussies, saving a couple of match points. She's 35 years of age. She is at a career high doubles ranking of 5 in the world. And she's a Grand Slam champion at the US Open in both women's doubles and mixed.
3 minutes.
She's the big personality on the court, and she could have quite a say in proceedings. Well, high praise isn't really enough, is it, for Zverev? He has played every single match of this United Cup. He must be utterly exhausted. Got to bed about 6 o'clock in the morning earlier today. Played brilliantly in the singles. I don't think he's got a lot left in the tank, but just might have enough for 2 sets and a deciding match tiebreaker if we get there. Probably the freshest person on the court is the women's world #1, Iga Swiatek. She was so impressive earlier today against Angelique Kerber, 2 major champions going head-to-head. She is 5 from 5 now in singles, and
2 minutes.
Herself and Hubert Hurkacz undefeated in doubles. They were absolutely excellent against the Brazilians and the Spanish last week in Perth. And Hurkacz, what must be going through his mind, but he's got a chance to redeem himself here. Not that he did anything particularly wrong in the match against... he's won a lot of fans, hasn't he? Against Sasha Zverev. It's also been an incredibly long evening once again for the captains. And Thomas Vitkorossi, the personal coach of Iga Swiatek, in deep conversation with Craig Boynton, who was sort of hovering around Hubert backstage, but not really saying too much. They've got a very good relationship. He's worked with Hubert for many a year now and developed him into a top 10 player. But, difficult times. Yes, Tobin Beltz didn't get a lot of sleep last night either. He's done a magnificent job of captaining this a never say die team.
30 seconds,
They've got one more win in them.
Team Germany to the right of the chair won the toss and they elected to receive. End of warm-up, prepare to play.
So the final match of this year's United Cup. It's written many, many storylines. John, great to be alongside you. You know what it's like to win big in mix. So what's the plan out here for these two teams?
Well, I think it's pretty hard, Sam, to choose a winner here. I'm prepared to go with Poland. I saw them play the best mixed doubles of the tournament in Perth 4 or 5 days ago. They were devastating on it, and they really merged well as a team. You know, obviously Hubert serves big. The opposition can't get much of a go on his serve. And around the net, he is a very talented player. We don't see that enough, I don't think. Well, we don't see it as much in a singles match as we could possibly. And he's got feel, he's got touch, and he knows when to move. So he can help Iga hold her serve too. And they both return well. I think on paper here, they deserve after that match to start favourite. But the Germans, I mean, Laura is such a cagey doubles player. She knows what she's doing. And of course, it just depends on physically how Sasha is now.
First set, representing Team Poland.
We shall find out.
Hurkacz to serve. Play. $15 love.
That's about by the margin that the Germans are still here.
Deutsche love.
Just keep thinking of Al Pacino, John, in Any Given Sunday. Life is a game of inches. Might want to rephrase that. Life is a game of millimeters. That might be more apt. We always do a lot of movie titles, you and I, don't we?
You're a bit of a movie star, I think so.
Oops.
30-15.
It's a bit loose.
Hubert, not quite the tallest man on court, 6'5", just a couple of centimetres shorter. He's 1.96 than Sasha Zverev.
40-15.
26 years of age. He has a birthday next month. 9 in the world in singles. Has been top 30 in doubles and has collected 4 titles on that particular tour. That's an easy opener. The tall pole.
First game.
Casey, you're courtside, and just behind you there's a whole bank of Polish fans. They might get very excited and topple over the front row there.
Oh, evening. Well, I hope that's not the case. I hope they cheer loud, but not topple all over me. But this is exciting, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of fitting that we finish the United Cup with a live mixed doubles decider, because so many of the ties have come down to the mixed doubles, and it's just super exciting. Every time I say someone's got a slight edge, like in every mixed doubles I've predicted, the other team has won by a slight edge in the super tiebreak. So,
what's your sense on this one? John's going Poland.
Alexander Zverev representing
yeah,
Team Germany.
look, I'm actually going to go with Team Germany. They've really improved in the second one yesterday against Australia. So yeah, Team Germany for me.
Casey, after what you've just told us, that means the Poles might win.
I know.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah. May the best team win.
They were very good last night. Siegemund and Zverev teaming up for the second time. They were pretty impressive over the Greeks, Zachary and Petros Tsitsipas, in the quarterfinals. Zverev teamed up with Angie Kerber for his first couple of outings in the mix, beating the Italians very comfortably, and then having a match point against the French, against Garcia and Edouard Roger-Vasselin. Lost 12-10 in the match breaker. They were good against the Greeks, and of course saving those match points against the Aussies in the early hours of the morning. I think his head hit the pillar about 6 a.m. He has a couple of titles on the doubles court as well with his brother Misha, but has never really played regularly on that tour.
Game, Team Germany. One Himmel.
We've had lots of discussions, John, about Iga's new service motion. What's your sense of it?
Iga Swiatek representing Team Poland.
Something's working. I mean, she's playing so well, isn't she, in singles? And look, players of this ilk, they continually strive. I think time will tell. Now that, though, is where my gut feel is that the Poles have it a little bit over the Germans. I think Hubie really reads the play well. He reads it more like a natural doubles player, I think. Sasha not quite as good in that area. He's got all of these other strengths, no doubt. That's where Laura Siegemund, though, that's where she's dangerous, because she will bump that ball short every time and move forward. And then she's in her place of safety, up near the net. That's where she's good. And that's something that Iga will have to deal with here. And she might be out-volleyed by the German quite often.
I feel like we need to give her the nickname The Cage, you know, because she's so cagey.
Maybe. I don't see that the serve is that much different. Is it?
Casey was looking at it earlier and just feels the swing It's really hard unless you can sort of compare the previous serve with this one, but the old serve used to go all the way down like a pendulum.
Right.
And this is a more abbreviated motion. I think the sense is it's maybe a little too abbreviated.
Okay, there's a miss from Hubie. I wouldn't expect that too often. I think she's still in the same hitting position, which is there, right there. I don't see a lot different there. Maybe what happens beforehand is a little different.
Yeah, it's definitely abbreviated. My concern is the load through the shoulder, to be honest. I feel like getting that coordinated kind of throwing motion, there's just a few moving parts in it. Yeah, as you said, time will tell though. We'll see how it holds up and over time.
Yeah, and there she goes. Just a reminder.
Starting point.
If it gets deuce, it will be just the 1 point, and it'll be woman to woman or man to man. And if we split sets, there will be a 10-point match tiebreak, and we've had an awful lot of those over the course of the last 10 days. There's the first break.
Game, Team Germany. Team Germany lead 2-1.
Ja, beim zweiten.
Der versucht schon reinzugehen, der muss ja auch versuchen.
Beim zweiten Schlag, nicht beim Return, sondern beim zweiten Schlag. Aber einmal habe ich direkt mit D geschlagen, ich habe ja aggressiv geschlagen, ich habe trotzdem.
Der wird schon versuchen, vorne was zu machen. Der wird schon versuchen, neu. Ja. Seid ihr ready? Ja, aber was war super gespielt.
This United Cup is one of the closest contests we've seen in the history of tennis. It all comes down to these two stars. Whoever wins this wins the United Cup. Let's Team Germany!
Once again, we are down to the decider here at the United Cup. And everything is on the line. Can Poland pick themselves up after making such a great start with the women's singles? It was all going so well.
Representing Germany, Laura Siegemund to serve.
Didn't have that tape on her leg last night, did she, Sam?
No, she doesn't. But she's. I say this. I've seen her tape up a lot, as you have over the years. I think the slightest niggle, she gets a little protective of it, and she's got the compression socks on as well, which are not a fashion accessory. They're just to help get the blood flow moving. John's got his on as well, so we're set up here.
That's unkind.
Get that Venus,
Casey,
Venus return going, John.
I'm disappointed Casey was encouraging you then.
I know, actually, we could gang up on you, righty and a lefty.
Poor Fitzy.
Good move from Sasha there. And there'll be some
15-all.
chess played, you'd think, on the serves here by the guys at the net.
Goodness me, he's done well, hasn't he? He's played every single match, singles and doubles. And don't forget, he's played 3 days in a row, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
He's going to remember these 2 days, one way or the other, for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, the Germans are flying here.
Yeah, and Laura really does know her way around a doubles court, doesn't she? That's become obvious very quickly here.
13-15.
Reads the play, moved to the right place.
And you can see why she's one of the best in the world in the women's game. And a Grand Slam champion. A lot of that has happened on the hard court as well. US Open winner with Vera Zonareva. Those two are so cagey. Finalists this year again in New York. And that mixed title with Mate Pavic.
Virtual.
What I love about Laura Ziegler is she wants the ball. She's not afraid. She's like, hit it to me. I'm going to chase it. I'm going to scramble. I'm going to hustle. Whatever I need to do, I'm going to find a way and bring it on. And I love that about her. She's not afraid.
Well, at some stage, Sasha is going to have to move there. And this is where a bit of nip and tuck happens on a doubles court. If he starts moving a lot, then maybe on Iga's return of serve, Hubie needs to stay back. Because if he goes forward, Sasha's going to have it. If he moves at the right time, he'll have an easy put away through the ankle. So it's got a lot to do with what Zverev does at the net.
Oh, he's moving back. Second successive game decided by just the 1 point. It's a clean take, and the Germans confirm their advantage.
Well, they're such big points. You know, there's been 2 of them in the last 2 games. Germany's won both of those sudden death points. That makes the difference. Sasha held his ground well, and this is a good move. He read that backhand beautifully.
The end of that game as well. Lara is just giving Zverev, I think, a bit of advice, as she has done through their mixed doubles matches, and they've got a unique connection out here on the mixed court. I love it. Zverev's just walking around, sometimes looks a little bit lost, but Laura's just intense.
She keeps him on track.
Yes.
Oh, he's just playing from memory right now. He's so tired. The dynamic is that Laura tells him what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and he just does it.
You can see, I think, Casey, from down there, you might have a better view or a better idea that Sigmund puts the ball away and in places that are more awkward, doesn't she, than Iga, and that facet of the game, the volleying.
Yeah, that's what doubles is about, isn't it, Fitz? It's about getting in your opponent's face, but making them feel uncomfortable, making them feel like they have to overplay or do more, and that's what Ziegerman does well. And obviously, Swiatek's ball is a beautiful ball to hit. But Ziegerman makes you uncomfortable on the doubles court, particularly.
And this is becoming a little bit interesting because they're going to target Iga now. Isn't it amazing? She's the #1 singles player in the world. They're going to target her now. They've seen her mess up a couple of volleys at the net.
So look where we are once again. This time, though, it'll be Hubert to Alexander.
Well, if they lose 3 sudden deaths in a row in one set, that usually is a death knell for that set.
This time it goes the way of Poland, but it's Team Germany up a break in this opening set.
Team Germany lead 3-2 first set.
Tak, dokładnie. Prosto, albo spada pod siatkę. Na drugiego serwisu szybko wcześniej do góry, w dół.
The culmination of 10 days play at the United Cup. Group stages in both Perth and Sydney, but this is the home of the finals in its second year. Still a competition in its infancy, but building stories, building its own history, and we've had so many dramatic moments over the last week and a half. And the mixed doubles, well, has been the star of the show.
Love.
He's a tough man to lob.
I don't know how you felt last night, And watching Sasha throughout this event, it's been very tough to break, hasn't he? He looks like he's so secure on. So I don't think he was broken last night at all. We should check.
Well, he serves at such a high percentage. This is a 200-kilometre plus serve virtually every time.
Yep, unbroken.
Serve, yeah.
Yep, last night.
And look how many first serves he made. So that's like picking cherries at the net when you're standing there.
And again, actually against the Greeks, just look at my score sheet. They didn't lay a hand on him.
I think Hurkacz should be quite similar.
Game, Team Germany.
Regulation hold.
Well,
Team Germany lead 4 games to 2.
I think Iga needs a lot of first serves. If she misses a first serve, she's going to have to face Laura Siegemund at the net. And that's not the best matchup for her. If she has to come in and volley against Laura, that puts her in a vulnerable position. So she needs the first serve into play here. Holy smoke. Speaking of being smoked.
15 love.
Take that, Iga. We know how heavy her forehand, but I love how she gets around this one. Had some width to work with and just rips that one cross court.
Yeah.
Too good.
When she won in Paris as a teenager, I think there's only one male player that had a bigger forehand than she did in terms of average speed.
I think Sasha saw his last flash before his eyes there.
Hubie's too nice a guy, Casey. He wouldn't
He was
target
then.
him.
He actually was then.
Well, this is a good game, isn't it, for Poland? Gives them a chance to break Laura next game and get back on an even keel.
Slightly feel for Sasha in this game. He's getting absolutely pounded on his side of the court by Iga. Interesting, watched a lot this week. Iga has been practicing with Hurkacz. I mean, an awful lot. So she's getting an unbelievable workout.
Yep.
Oh, that's about the best game she's played so far. Poland hang on in this first set.
Germany lead 4 games to 3.
We're still going here at this United Cup. 11:30 in the evening, local time. Once again, a very late finish at Sydney's Olympic Park.
Time. Love 15.
This is where I'd stay back if I was Hubie. Because what that does, it allows them to get into the point. If they stay up, it gives Zverev a chance to finish the point a bit easier if he goes at the right time.
And if he is going to stay up, Fitzy, I think that if I would back Iga returning, I think he's just too far back here. If he's going to look to move, he needs to cut off the angle. He needs to be closer to the net and really put some more pressure on Team Germany there.
Let's whistle.
And I think Hubie, you know, when I watched him in Perth play mixed doubles, he targeted the line a lot more than this. And I think if he's good enough to go in the alley here off Lara's serve, then you can't expect Sasha then to put the ball away. You'll at least get another shot. But if you go across court, you have the possibility of doing what he just did, missing, or Sasha knocking the ball off, cutting it off. And the reason they've missed the last two is because they're scared of Sasha there. Start going down the line a little bit.
Let's whistle.
Great serve. Gee, good serving game. Well, considering Sasha's serve, that may well be enough for the first set.
Team Germany lead 5 games to 3 first set.
Just thinking there's an extraordinary collection of sporting genes out on this. We've got Iga, whose father was an Olympic rower. We've got Hubie's grandfather, who played volleyball for Poland. His mother was a junior national tennis champion. Both parents swam at university. And you've got Zverev, whose parents were tennis players.
And I can vouch for his father. He was good.
Yep.
There he is, Alex
You
Senior.
used to play against him, didn't you?
I played him once.
He beat you.
He beat me. I've been reminded of that a lot this week, by the way.
It's a great hold.
Team Germany lead 5 games to 4 for 6.
Once again, it is the Late Late Show here at the Ken Roosevelt Arena.
Time.
It's very rare that Zverev has lost the first point against his serve in mixed. And now it's 2.
Gee, that's a rare error for Lara at the net. That was a poor volley that just came too quickly. Well, at love 30, would they have a 50-50 chance? I would say law of averages. No, not against this serve. I think the Germans are still favourite here. Because that's all it takes.
15-30.
Well, this return has to be low. It's a split second you have to meet this served 199 Ks, that one. But it's tough to hit it right out of the middle. You have to hit it low to the net to ask the question, not a high one.
Well, match point down. The singles had that shot then just a couple of millimetres further to the left. We wouldn't even be having this mix now, but look at where the Germans are. Chance to take this opening set. They really are the comeback kids. Team Germany take the opener by 6 games to 4. And that was how the first set unfolded. One break was all it took. Iga Swiatek losing her serve in the 3rd game of the match. So the Germans now on the front foot.
Time. Second set.
Well, they've turned that train around, haven't they? The one that was heading in the other direction there at the end of the men's singles match. Or end of the second set, I should say, of the men's singles match. The job ahead now for Poland.
15 love.
Yeah, it was always going there.
30 all. 40-30. Game for Holland. First game, second set.
These team events, they emotionally, psychologically, they really do take it out of an individual. I mean, the Poles, you should have seen them just before they walked onto court. They're all sitting in the back corridors in the bowels of this Ken Rosal Arena, and they were just all very quiet. No one was talking. You could feel how down they were. It's almost the downs are bigger, aren't they, when you feel like you've let your teammates down, and the highs are greater when you get to win. And but they're still in this and haven't quite sparked up yet.
There's that caginess again.
Yeah, she just wants the ball, doesn't she, Fitzy? But I'm interested in where Swiatek is standing. She's pretty much in the tram lines, so far back. I'm not sure that that's the ideal position when Hubie's returning.
Gee, that may have been an out ball. I'm not sure from this angle, Casey.
Yeah, out ball for me.
Okay, little glimmer of hope once again here. They're just starting to get into the Zverev service games. Don't forget, end of that first set, Sasha at love 30. I mean, even to get anywhere near his service games is a sort of mini victory.
Yeah. You need a bit of luck from 30 or on that serve, don't you? You never know.
Wow, my goodness.
Here's a little door opening for the Poles.
30.
How rarely Zverev faces a break point in mixed doubles. This is a new experience for him. And Team Poland will have given the scoring system, will have a couple of goes at it. There it is.
Can you believe it? We just talked about it, Sam.
Yes, I can, because this is a United Cup and crazy things happen. Of course we're going to a deciding tie-break. Of course we are.
We probably are.
There'll be a match point saved. How about that? That's what the crystal ball says.
Well, it's destiny. That will give them a shot in the arm, won't it?
This game is also big, isn't it? To hold here would give them a real head start in this second set.
Well, Iga is full of beans, isn't she? She's on a 16-match winning streak in singles. Second longest of her career. Full of confidence going into the first major of the season.
Oh, good move.
Oh, Hobart.
But what a good move. That's a natural mover on a doubles court there. She read that play beautifully at the net. Gee, right in the chest. It doesn't hurt.
Well, there's a line ball, Fitzy. We haven't seen too many line balls.
15-13.
I like this one. He didn't overplay it, but Ziegerman's got such good feel and such good hands. He just does a great job, great feel.
What a clutch serve.
40-13.
And that's what the great champions can do. They can find it when it matters.
And given the alteration in technique, she can serve every bucket of ball in practice that she wants, but doing this under pressure in the mixed is invaluable. In good position now in this second set.
Team Poland lead 3-2 last second set. That's set to Germany.
Ale to przejście to było to. To było to.
Ale Zarek poczekał.
Witam, to bez przejścia, bo nas widziałeś, że nie jest wykręty do zagrać. Ale to za pokrywa. Dobrze. Dobrze było bardzo.
Teams set off in the United Cup 10 days ago. This multi-million-dollar team event where men play alongside the women to open up a new season. And it looks as if it's going to come down to the wire. Poland taking on Germany for the rights to lift the United Cup trophy.
Time. 15 love.
I think that's the one he has to rip down the line more often. Because even if Zverev gets his racket on the one down the line, they'll get another shot. But if he goes across court with the return and Sasha moves, he can put that ball away a lot easier. Better percentage down the line a few times, I think, from the first court particularly.
Oh! 15 all.
He's listening.
15-13.
Well, if he's stagnant there, he's not anywhere near as effective on the volley. Zverev, if he moves, he'll most likely put it away if he gets his racket on it. Big difference. Wonderful shot.
14-13.
Yes, he's given them a chance to set.
She's always dialed in, isn't she?
Yeah.
Every second.
Good competitor.
Stops Sasha from sort of mentally wandering off somewhere.
You could probably forgive him a little bit after these last 48 hours. Still in the balance here, this second set. Probably would have put a nail in it, I think, if they'd broken there, the poles.
Angie can do late nights. She's done a few with Liana, hasn't she? Being a mum has been great training for her comeback at the United Cup.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Nice already. Thank you. 15 love.
In fact, two mums on the bench sitting next to Tatiana Maria, who we haven't seen take to the court, but she's been a very good team player this week.
Oh!
Ooh.
15 all.
Was that going at the body? Maybe not. Trying to whip that across court. Not sure it was the right shot.
Too good.
You know, what she does well, Laura, is, well, a lot of things, but she keeps her body momentum moving forward, and that sort of takes the ball with it. She comes forward, and then that gives the opposition less time to react, by the way. Well, a bit of luck there. A miss-hit volley from Swiatek, and the ball goes short. Off the frame there, you can see. Drops it short, makes it awkward. Bit of luck.
Oh, that was a brilliant pickup from Zverev. I feel like Hurkacz played the right ball with her moving forward and getting it low at her feet, but didn't she just pick that up beautifully? She just always manages to find a way, does Ziegemann.
Gosh, they're good comeback players, aren't they, the Germans? Oh, it's fabulous play. And would you believe it, we're back on serve in the second set.
Team Germany. Team Holland lead 3 games to 2 seconds.
Well, if Joy Estefan and the Miney sound machine can't get them going, I think nothing will.
Well, I really feel like Hubie has to try to take over the court more, impose himself more here. If the Poles are going to have a chance, and the Germans, they look good at the moment, doing everything right on a doubles court, and they will take this match if Poles don't make a stand here. Solid.
15 all.
I feel like the Germans just play so good from behind, and every time their back's been up against the wall in so many matches throughout this United Cup, that's when they have lifted and played some amazing, incredible tennis. And once again, there's just so much of that middle part of the court open. I know Ziegerman can often play the short balls or angles, and Iga's trying to cover what she can, but so much of that middle part of the court open purely because she's almost standing in the tram lines while Hubie's returning.
Flat for serve.
Clever. That was a thinking man shot there. Didn't need to blast that one. He just held the forehand nicely and angled that ball out of the reach of Swiatek. They just have a bit more momentum, don't they? It seems. Clever. Well, that doesn't faze Lara at all. She sees the ball early, she's got plenty of time, and just waits with an open racket face.
Ball chase, please.
These next two games, they play a mighty big part, don't they, in the outcome of this United Cup. New balls can have an effect.
Smart return, Fitzy. Feel like just going directly at Hubie, as you said, with Zverev, when Hubie's moving and he's got some momentum, he's dangerous, but stagnant at the net with new balls. Didn't control the volley.
He's got to go the other way too a little bit. You can hit the winner easier if you go off with that one. If you pull it back that way with nothing on it, gee, you're asking for trouble there. Gee, Lara was there. She missed a golden opportunity.
Doubles outing for Iga Swiatek. She played a lot in those early years when she was on the tour, but we didn't see her out there too much last year. But she did make a final actually at Roland Garros back in 2021 with Bethany Matak-Sands.
Good heavy second serve, wasn't it? It was the bounce that caused that miss hit.
That's a great service game. And a vital hold.
Team Poland lead 4 games to 3, second set.
Jak ona jest na ręce, albo nad nią, albo do niej. Proste jest. Okay, the last
The destination of this United Cup still very much in the balance.
Time.
To hustle her way through her last service game, come back from a double fault at 15-30. This is the big chance, isn't it, for the Poles right here?
Yeah, the big moments in sport matter, and this is it. Well, certainly a major one in the outcome here.
That was the mini blip in the last service game that opened the door. As always, Sigurd just pushing the time clock a little close. Get a violation in the semi-finals against the Aussies.
Great hustle from Laura and a big miss from Hubie. US, that would have been 2 break points there for him to serve.
Fabulous. We have our first deciding point of this second set.
Well, don't underestimate how good that Swiatek forehand was. That was difficult. The lob was perfect on the line, and she makes this shot down low, down the line. That was lowish down the line to make Ziegerman volley up. That was a heck of a play.
Time violation.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's been coming for a while. Yes, he's got it. Things looking up for Team Poland.
Team Poland. Team Poland lead 5-3, second set.
The sudden death points decide matches.
So every player on court now has been broken. That makes things interesting. Hurkacz to level this contest. Oof.
Love 15.
Don't count out the Germans. They love a deficit in the scoreline. They'll be trying to hustle their way back into this particular set.
It's interesting how our champion thinks, though. They want the ball. Swiatek wanted that, didn't she? She moved a long way. A bit too long in retrospect.
15-all.
Broken in his last service game, so he won't be taking anything for granted here. But it's in the script, isn't it? Final set, 10-point breaker to decide the destination of the United Cup.
Third seed, 15.
It's perfect.
Wow.
30-all.
A miraculous find from Sasha Zverev. He has come up with it all night, hasn't he? Both in singles and on the doubles court. I'm not going to see a better lob all summer, are we? Oh no!
30-40.
Just as you thought everything was going their way, there's a new wrinkle here.
Please. Thank you. Yes, deciding point.
And it's also a set point. Where does he go, Fitzy?
Well, he went wide last time. He got burnt. Middle.
Game, Team Germany.
My goodness.
Team Poland lead
The script has got a little more complicated, and we're still going in this second set. Still a healthy crowd here, staying in late into the early hours of Monday to see the culmination of this United Cup. This is good.
Love.
It's going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
Of course it is.
I mean,
of course it is.
You've been saying that for a while now. I think you're right.
It's been in the air, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the script is. You mentioned the word script, but the script's telling me exactly that too.
Yes, here we go. Little opening again for Poland.
Did I say at the beginning of this match that the guys would hold their serve comfortably most of the time?
I mean, we could erase that if you want.
You're too nice.
But I think my memory's not so quite as good as it was. I think you said they'd struggle at times.
Well, I don't think Zverev has lost one, has he?
Yeah.
In mixed doubles?
Yeah, he was broken.
No, but before tonight?
Not tonight, no.
30-all.
He must be on fumes.
Yeah.
The amount of tennis he's played over the last 48 hours.
You might book an extra night into the hotel in Sydney and just sleep for 36 hours.
Could do. Siegemund will be heading to Adelaide. She's got a special exempt into the main draw. a few double faults flying around of late.
Well, the mentality there, and we saw it on the break point, the sudden death point in the previous game with Hurkacz. They're backing their serve to be their best shot when they do that. It's fraught with danger, though.
So another set point for Team Poland. Can they level up?
Please. What's up? Yes, deciding point.
The third one of this set. There was only a couple in the first, and a third chance for the Poles to take this into a 10-point match tiebreak.
Standing pretty wide here, isn't he?
He's got it.
Gee, what a forehand.
Germany, hang on.
There's something here that says destiny for Germany, though, isn't there? That they've been hanging on like this for over 24 hours against the Aussies and all night tonight. A lot of character. What a forehand this is.
Love 15.
Perfectly stunned.
$15. $13, 15.
On we go in this second set.
Team Poland. Team Holland needs 6 games to 5.
So can we have a resolution to this final in the next half an hour, because the last train from Sydney Olympic Park, and it's 1 minute after 1. Could be a close run thing.
Time.
There couldn't be more contrast between the team zones right now. There's so much talking in team zone Poland, and I think they're all talked out in Team Germany. Just letting them play.
A rare miss.
Well, she prefers to do that, doesn't she, than punch the ball deep. Like a heavy volley, she likes to take the speed off it. It's a favourite. She's got good lateral vision. I've got to give her that. Lara, she saw Hurkacz move, so she went the right way, but just overplayed it. And again, they have a chance. Another window of opportunity for the Poles.
Almost surprised to see her miss this. She's made so many spectacular shots over the course of this week. Oh, what a way to bring up 3 more set points. Surely now.
That's Casey's coaching.
She's still got it down the line.
Was written in the stars. We will go to a deciding match tiebreak.
7 games to 5, once and all. Ladies and gentlemen, 10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
Tak, na dwójce na pewno. Na jedynce priorytet.
I tak, jak można uczyć, to nie ma akcji, a ja wyszedł.
Jak to jest? Na dwójce na pewno, na jedynce to...
I'll be back when he serves anyway.
Back to the balls.
some of the best moments of the second set. There were 5 breaks in total. That was Simeon really struggling to hang on to a serve, and she was broken in the end for Team Poland to level up. The Germans are really hard to shake, you can ask.
Time.
Australia there.
Final set, match tiebreak.
And the Greeks as well, who they beat in the quarterfinals. Great energy from the Polish team zone. Here we go, first to 10.
What a point.
Unbelievable.
This might turn into a mirror image of the semi-final. What an opening point of this 10-point tiebreaker.
Team Germany.
And all the shots for Iga Swiatek to miss, and it was a forehand.
Team Germany.
Well, the thing about a 10-point tiebreaker is that there's a long way to go. And when you play a 7-point breaker, it feels quick. It suffocates you quickly, but 10 points is a long way.
Well, you're so right, Fitzy, because the same thing happened. Australia got off to a great start early stages of the match tiebreak yesterday, but the end felt so far away still.
Yeah, dead right, Casey. They also led 3-love with one mini break. Ended up losing 15-13 after 2 match points.
Lara's coming in here. Gee, what a serve. That was clutch. Second serve, you knew Sigmund was coming forward if it was anything like an attackable serve.
Stunning. And the lead is extended.
You could just see once again, for me it's the fact that she just wants this one, and she knows Sasha's made this return. She waits and times this perfectly, and as Fitzy's mentioned, she likes the short one. Got to be moving up for that one, but great feel, takes pace off that volley.
That's a lifetime of volleying practice right there. It's a big lead now.
Team Germany.
Well, this is almost a must-win point, isn't it? Not quite, but it's so important that Poland get one of these back.
Team Germany.
All of a sudden, heavy favourites now, the Germans.
Just a reminder, first to 10. There's not a lot of energy left in that Germany team zone.
Team Germany. Team Germany.
How well has he served over the last 2 days? See, he's got that leverage, the trajectory down into the court. He's 197, 6'6". Too good.
It's a wonderful motion, isn't it? Those legs. Can't be a lot left in them.
8-3. Team Germany.
Stranger things have happened, and the Poles need to stay positive here.
Team Germany.
Sasha's so in the zone, he didn't realise it was another change of ends. Or just giving him the wind-up.
I'm sure he doesn't want to go and sit down.
No,
Casey, he might cramp.
not. Exactly, and like Sam said earlier, I do believe like he's just playing for muscle memory. He's played so much tennis now. It's just see ball, hit ball.
Tell you what, going to into the AO, he'll just need a little lot of hit around on sort of the Friday before, and he's ready. 24 hours ago, about this time. They were down and out against the Aussies, facing match points. They really have been the comeback team. And it's Germany now with United Cup point.
That's the service.
Germany are United Cup champions.
6-4, 5-7, 10-4.
They win the tie and they take it on a deciding match tiebreak. It was in the script, it went down to the wire, but a brilliant comeback from Team Germany. Truly is heartbreak for the Poles, who came so close. Fitzy, we've seen a lot, haven't we, over the last 10 days? And I have to say, they nearly went out of the group stage.
They deserved it, Sam. They really did. I mean, Zverev was a mighty warrior, really, in tennis parlance this past few days. Right through the whole event, but particularly the last 2 days, wow. He stood up big time.
And one of the storylines is Angie Kerber coming back from giving birth, bringing her baby Liana here, getting her first match win in 18 months in the semis, saving match points against Ayla Tomljanovic. Yes, the Zverev camp super happy, and they certainly won't feel those tired legs tonight. Laura Siegmund, she's been a revelation. What a doubles player she has evolved into.
Gee, you can tell what it meant. There's the #1 player in the world. She's having a tear or two there, I think. That was a big loss for Poland and a mighty big win for Germany there. No one can deny, though, for me, that they deserve to win that. They were pushing uphill for the last 24 hours in both matches.
They certainly were. They've had a great spirit, led by Tobin Beltz, a very wily coach and character. It's been a happy team who arrived, actually, they arrived early. They arrived a few days before Christmas. They put the preparation in. And they are crowned United Cup champions. What a great comeback for Angie, one of the super mums on the tour. And for Sasha, 12 months ago, he was still struggling with that ankle injury after the surgery in the previous June. He wasn't fully fit. Comes in here, though, off a great year.
In a match like that, it's tough to really place a lot of emphasis, isn't it, on the stats, because they're always going to be pretty close. The scoreline was close. The big difference in this format is the sudden death points on games. They make in the first set, they made a massive difference. The first two that came up on either team serve were won by Germany, and that set the tone for the first set. that got them to the match tiebreaker, but they dominated that though. They got ahead and stayed ahead, didn't they? Didn't really put a foot wrong.
And this is how it ended, just a few minutes before 1 o'clock on a Monday morning.
Just a little bit of joy.
And she can add a United Cup trophy to the Siegmund cabinet back in Stuttgart, along with some of her Grand Slam silverware.
Nothing like a team event, and in tennis we don't experience it too much. So when it happens, it's quite joyous for the victorious side. And a great experience for the runners-up as well.
Yes, they'll realise that when the disappointment subsides in maybe a day or so's time. She's played her heart out, played wonderful performances in the singles for Swiatek. But I think we're quite close now to the presentation ceremony. John, it's been great having your company for the mixed doubles. You're a great champion yourself, so it's in very good hands, and with Casey as well. They're just setting up on court as we show you some of the last moments from this year's United Cup.
It was memorable, wasn't it? I think from start to finish, in both Perth and in Sydney initially.
And a competition that's certainly building on last year, where the Americans were the champions. A team of individuals, men and women, coming together to play for their country. That's the concept of the United Cup. Long may it continue to open the season. And those images will be flown around social media and probably on certainly the back pages of some of the big German newspapers on Monday morning. So we're nearly ready. So, let's head down to court for the trophy presentation.
Bujari Guma Ua, hello and welcome to the presentation ceremony of this United Cup. We started with 18 nations fighting to be crowned #1 in the world. To everyone here, let's hear it for all 18 countries that have been fighting for the United Cup. Now, we'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to the cultural knowledge, heritage and connection to land. Now, I'd like to welcome some very important people. We start with the New South Wales Minister for Jobs and Tourism, the Honourable John Graham, as well as the United Cup Tournament Director, Stephen Farrow. ATP CEO Massimo Cavalli. The WTA Senior Vice President Fabrice Choquet. Australian tennis legend Casey Dellacqua. And tournament referee Martin Oosthuizen. And would also like to thank tonight's chair umpires. They've done a magnificent job as always. Now, we'd like to thank all of the partners of this event, the United Cup, and including the New South Wales government, who have just been absolutely sublime. And on that note, I'd like to ask the Minister, Mr. John Graham, to come forward and say a few words.
Congratulations to these incredible teams tonight, including our winners. And on behalf of the New South Wales Government, congratulations to the organisers, to all the fans and to all the players who participated and made this an incredible event. I hope you've had a great night.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you to the New South Wales Government and Destination New South Wales for your wonderful support. Now, a new innovation at the United Cup this year is the awarding of a most valuable player. And the way that's selected is we've taken everyone that was a part of the final tonight, and it's the individual who has the best record across the 10 days of competition at the United Cup. And the United Cup MVP for 2024 from Poland, Iga Swiatek. And I now ask Casey Dellacqua to present the MVP to Iga Swiatek from Poland. Now, of course, unfortunately, and after, a mammoth final that we've witnessed, I mean, what an epic. There can only be one winner, but what an incredible performance by Team Poland. Let's give it up for the finalists, Team Poland! And I now ask the United Cup Tournament Director, Stephen Farrow, to present the finalists' medals to Team Poland. And we start with the team captain, Tomasz Wiktorowski. Jan Zielinski. Katarzyna Pita. Daniel Michalski. Katarzyna Kawa. Hubert Hurkacz. And Iga Swiatek. And we'd like to please ask now the team captain, Tomasz, as well as Hubert and Iga, come forward to say a few words.
Sorry, I didn't hear the word you were saying, but good speech, I think. Well, yeah, I wanted to thank you guys for the support, both in Perth and Sydney. It was an amazing tournament. Congrats to Team Germany. It was really tight. I mean, next year we made it to the semifinals, this year to the finals, so hopefully the next step is going to be winning, but we'll see. For sure we're making progress, and I want to thank my team, all the players, the captain, who I convinced to be a captain, and he did an amazing job, really supported us throughout the whole tournament. Also, the team that was a little bit, off court, thank you for doing everything to make us ready. Hubi, for playing mixed doubles with me. As usual, it's a great adventure, so yeah, and thank you guys again. Polish fans as well, any place we go. Bardzo dziękuję za wasze wsparcie i kibicowanie nam, bo naprawdę dodaje nam to energii i motywacji i mam nadzieję, że będziecie też w Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, definitely congratulations to Team Germany for winning. It was a close battle, but you got it at the end, so well done for that. Really well played, and yeah, bravo for that. Congrats to Iga for the most valuable player trophy. I mean, definitely she deserved it. I mean, she was. You know, she's #1 player in the world, and she showed it here. It was, you know, so much fun watching her play from close by as well. You know, she was carrying me on the mixed doubles, so definitely, you know, it was a pleasure. But I want to thank the team. You know, want to thank you know, Tomek, Jan, Kasia, and Daniel for being here, and really appreciate all the practice, all the support we had, and obviously thanks to all the organizers for creating and making this great event, and it was you know, pleasure to be here, and also really appreciate all the fans that came out today and supported us and stayed throughout the whole day, and really appreciate you guys. Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much, Iga and Hubert. We love the Polish side and we love the Polish fans. Let's give it up one more time for Team Poland and the Polish fans. And now it's time to crown our 2024 United Cup champions, Germany! And we'd like to welcome back the United Cup tournament director, Stephen Farrow, to present the champions medals to Team Germany. And we start with the captain, Tobin Beltz. Laura Siegmund. Kai Wenelt. Tatiana Maria. Maximilian Matara. Angelique Kerber and Alexander Zverev. Now, before they raise this magnificent United Cup trophy, let's hear from Captain Tobin Beltz as well as Angelique and Alexander.
That's the first time on the mic for me. You guys are professionals, but first time for me, so I hope I make no mistake. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Poland for the runner-up and make it so special and tough for us tonight. Congrats to the whole team. Look at my team. They made it really easy for me to coach them. It was a really special thing. Thanks for these 6 people to make it so special the last 10 days almost, so it was really special for me as a captain, and we are very happy to have the win. And yeah, the last nights also we went to bed like at 4 or 5 o'clock, but I think also tonight we will not go early to bed. I think it's going to be a very late night as well. So the rest, I let the professionals speak now. Sasha.
Very, very well done on your first speed ever. No, first of all, congrats to Team Poland. I think amazing run. You know, it was a matter of millimeters today for you guys to be the champions. So I know it's upsetting, but you guys have, I think, all have an amazing season ahead. Hubi and Iga, especially, I think. Iga, congratulations on the MVP. I think I said it before in an interview, I think having you on a team is like having a cheat code in a video game. So it's amazing what you've been doing for the last few years, and yeah, I think you have a big season ahead. So congratulations to all of you guys. Then my team. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the United Cup. Thank you for the guys who also didn't play the United Cup. I mean, you guys had as big as a role as anybody, you know, supporting from the bench for the last 10 days. I think It's been absolutely amazing. It's been a pleasure, and it's been absolutely so much fun for everybody to be part of this team, especially for me. I really thank you guys for being part of this. I really couldn't be happier sharing this trophy with anybody than you guys. Angie, welcome back. You missed the I guess over the last 18 months, you missed the difficult moments, you missed the heartbreaks, you missed the match point down situations. So I think there's no better way to saying welcome back. So thank you very much to everybody. Also, our box, I think, us players here, yes, we do the kind of the show on the court, but I think it comes a lot more outside the court, and you guys, I think, definitely do the work and the hours outside the court. I mean, my physio, he worked until 5:30 a.m. with me last night. So, thank you to anybody who made this event possible, to the sponsors, to the ATP and WTA for making this event possible, for coming together and bringing the United Cup and just having the idea of having something like that. Thank you very much, and see you next year.
Okay, for me, I mean, this is the perfect comeback, to be honest. I mean, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Team Poland. I mean, one of my heart is also Polish, so, congrats for a great week. And, I mean, I wish you all good luck in Melbourne, and thanks and congrats. And also my team, thank you guys. I mean, it was a great comeback for me, and it feels so great to being on court again, especially starting with the team event. And also our team box over there, they are supporting us over the last 10 days, so thank you guys as well. And of course, Tobin, thanks to being our team captain. And Sasha, I mean, you are my player of the tournament for sure. I mean, without you, we wouldn't be here, especially today. And I think we always played great together in team events. And you are actually my hero this week. So great, great to have you on my side. And thank you guys. I mean, it's great to being back in front, playing in front of you guys the whole week. It was amazing, and I feel the energy again, I feel the emotion, and this is what I really missed the last 18 months. So thank you to having just like a welcome like this. So thank you guys, thank you ATP and WTA and everyone who's helping to making this tournament so special, and see you next year.
Wonderful stuff. And now I'd like to ask Minister John Graham to come forward and present the 2024 United Cup to the champions, Team Germany.
Team Germany are the second recipients of the United Cup. They both about 15 kilos, so they have to give it a really good push up there. But they really were the comeback team. They never gave up, and that is why Team Germany are United Cup champions. Culmination of 9 days here in Sydney, and as we raise the curtain on this Australian summer. And they'll all go their separate ways, some to Adelaide, others down to Melbourne to get ready for the Australian Open. And there'll be many more storylines to be written before we finish up the month of January. For Iga, will there be another major title in her trophy cabinet? Not for Angie Kerber, we shall see. But for now, Team Germany are the champions. My thanks to everyone. I hope you've really enjoyed all the coverage. And we'll leave you with these wonderful moments from the United Cup.